What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Game Junction Podcast. Master Chief here. Hope you're all doing well. It's been Xbox week. How you doing, Mark?
Doing pretty good. How you doing?
Pretty good. Slaying, you know. I'm playing
Yeah.
some.
Heard you had a big weekend last week in Master Chief?
Yeah, I had a really big week. People are playing Halo Infinite again.
So I've heard.
Yeah.
Not a good game though. So my condolences.
Well, actually, see, it's my favorite game I've been in. I think it has the best multiplayer.
It's debatable.
Oh. All right. Can't breathe. All right.
It's weak sauce. Giving up too quickly.
I mean, Halo Infinite is pretty bad though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's no Halo 3.
So what's up, Mark? What's new?
I don't know if a whole lot's new. Just another week, more video game news to talk about.
I can get my things.
Getting warm outside.
Oh, dude, yeah, it was a really nice day today. I went for a 2 mile walk. I walked yesterday too. Super nice. I just been enjoying just going outside and breathing literally lately. I've been having problems breathing and got me on a freaking inhaler, and I don't know what it is. Being indoors does not help any. So I just literally just like stepping outside, dude, when it's nice now. Way different than it used to be. Like a nice walk by myself, quiet, no one talking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
So I think I need to slightly adjust this, but maybe. Rocking the cancellation T. Yeah. See, actually, there's a.
I don't know. I've seen far worse on Twitch.
I don't know, man.
Like on the mainstream, just people like fucking chicks with their feet up, legs like straight up, just like, yeah, man. Gotta get that views from teenage boys and simps.
Cancel 2024.
Not even close.
Come on, try to cancel me.
Nah, man, there's too many thoughts on Twitch.
That's true.
Fall into obscurity at this point.
I thought it was funny. We got Solomon in here, Zapdos, Lugia, Mewtwo. I love that name every single time. I'm like, Trep. Also, apologies, guys. My glasses are literally broke in half, so Mark's gonna have to help me with chat a little bit. I'm having a heck of a time reading, but it looks like Trev, Mandy. Is it Steven? Stefan something? There.
I was trying to pull it back. I think it's Stefan with the F.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate everybody being in here. Solomon said, not much. I'm just waiting for more new video games to come out. How are you guys doing? We're good.
Yeah, good. That's doing pretty good.
It's been a mixed bag week because we've had some really good announcements. Like, I feel like this may be potentially the most positive podcast we've had the entire year, possibly, because I mean, we still have some things to add to our notes. We got some stuff in there, but as far as like the Summer Game Fest, I was pretty much expecting nothing at all. And Jeff Keighley went in. He's like, "Hey, we don't have PlayStation. We don't have Nintendo." And I swear I remember reading him saying that he didn't have Xbox either. But like the Xbox Games Showcase, I think was like part of Summer Game Fest. So I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood that part. But we got a lot more than I expected for sure. And like we haven't even seen everything. I know you haven't seen everything either. We're gonna kind of go over everything along the way, but I would say it seems like it's been a pretty good week until I find something I didn't see that was negative. But we've had our opinions on Xbox and PlayStation here lately, and it's good to see some positive news come from one of these companies. So
oh no, yeah, definitely. I mean, feels like it's always hit or miss on whether it's gonna be good or bad news at this point. Just flick a coin. Who knows what you're actually gonna get?
I don't like to be that negative Nancy all the time, but it's like what do you do when all the news is negative all the time? You know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily want to spread negativity, but I also got my opinions, and these companies piss me off. So like
Sometimes you just have to go in and be like, well, it's my opinion on these bad things. I still want to, try to focus on some of the good stuff as well.
yeah, and I think we do a good job with that because we talk about other stuff and like usually, well, not always, but usually like I feel like the gaming news, it has the most negative stuff, and then when we talk about movies, sometimes there's stuff there, sometimes with anime, but not as much as gaming. I feel like the negativity has mostly been on the gaming front.
Yeah, I mean, plus negative news tends to sell more often than not, so that's what you're going to be, sold more often than not. If everything's good, you're not likely to click on something or be
Oh, 100%.
outraged. So
100%.
that's just, negativity drives news cycles.
Yeah, I almost put out this meme earlier. I'm sure I still will. Maybe I'll save it for tomorrow or something. Uh, also got to get those posts up real quick too as well. But I almost put out this meme. I thought it was pretty funny. Actually, I'll just pull it up on my phone and show you guys. People are gonna hate me for just being honest about everything, but it's just the way I feel. I don't care. I,
Hot
I'm
take, you're
I'm
getting
at
canceled.
I'm at the point where I don't care. Hopefully you can read that. It's backwards. So anyway, you see the girl, right? It
Yeah.
says modern $500 million video game productions are made super carefully in order to please this specific person.
Not completely wrong.
And then I also, because I'm not eating junk food, I got a picture of a donut I'm going to share too because it looked good. So
It's totally a donut and nothing else.
just a donut, no background, nothing.
A little weird this week, Brandon.
I don't know. I'm feeling a little weird.
I could tell.
So anything exciting happen? Watch anything? Play anything? Work go
No,
okay?
nothing super exciting. Just the same old. Trying to get stuff done. Busy with work.
Yeah,
Life's just busy constantly. So
I get it, man. Me too. It's I when you actually Lucas sent me a message earlier and he's like, I played through, I forget whatever game it was that he was talking about. He's like, must be nice. I said I haven't played a game. It's been over a month since I've even turned the console on. Last time I played, it was I think like 15 minutes too for the Sandland
that's
demo.
rough. Yeah.
I just literally do not have time. Like if I do all the other stuff that I do, and there's just no time. And like now I've got some more stuff piling on here soon. Some kind of, I guess you would call it like freelance work, but working for another full-time YouTuber, doing some stuff and handling like their business management side of stuff. So it's just trying to get to that point, where I feel comfortable, and I think that's more important. And maybe I'll get to the point where I'll be able to just sit down, chill, and play a game again.
No, I mean, yeah, fair
And
enough.
and hopefully I get to here soon because there's stuff that I really, really want to play. It's just like people have no idea, man. Like you've got a full time job. Then if you got a kid or family, you've got school with them. She's got summer break right now, but then making content is not easy. It takes a lot of time. There's a lot that you
Yeah.
do with it. We got the podcast. I'm doing freelance work. I'm working for another person as well. They also work on YouTube doing stuff for them. Got house renovations going on. Like literally the house is tore apart completely. Like just got the bathroom done. It is just nonstop, dude. So hey, I don't want to be the negative Nancy here, but yeah, it's just been busy. It's just been busy, hectic week.
That's just life in general at this point. You just have to do your best to like balance, work life and everything else that you're trying to get done.
That's my problem, man. The work life balance is not there right now, and I feel like it's less of me not having a work life balance, more of there's just not an option, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Unless I want to play at like 1 a.m. for an hour or something and not get sleep at all, and like that's how it is. So whatever. But
Yeah. Fortunately, life's rough sometimes. Having fun adulting.
yeah, it's good times. It's good times. But yeah, so we are here with episode 88. And if you are listening to the audio, whatever platform you're on, Be sure to follow, rate. All the platforms are different for audio. They're all weird. You can follow, subscribe, rate, all that jazz. It all helps us. And the most important thing for us with the audio, if you can go in the settings and set the podcast to download, downloads are what actually counts for us. Streams essentially don't matter for the podcast. It's all download based. We just hit 2,500 downloads though, so that's pretty awesome. We just I think hit that 2 days ago. But you can actually go in the settings, and I've done it to check on I think 4 of the platforms. You go in the settings, you can have it automatically download every new episode, and then it takes like 10 minutes to go hit download for all the previous episodes too. But it helps out a lot, like more than people know. If you save and download, they both count and help. All those platforms help for sure. And then if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit that subscribe button. That helps. And if you want to become a member, that also helps. Goes straight towards the podcast. We got a lot of stuff that we need. It costs a lot of money to run the podcast, so everything definitely helps. And there will be new merch in the merch store. Our Mark and Game Junction logo one, I think, just ended a couple days ago. We sold quite a few of those though, so that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, we did.
But we should have something up, I think, in 2 days. So I got a new design made up. It's like a retro style design, like vector graphics, pretty cool. So any of that stuff helps. But if you go to our link tree, it's got all of our socials. You can follow us on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter X, Threads, all those. Definitely all help. So, and we're posting every single day, posting all kinds of different stuff. We make it a fun community environment, and post funny stuff, post cool things in the collection, post different reels and shorts and stuff like that. So good stuff. But yeah, I mean, so basically for this episode, the big thing is we ended off Summer Games Fest was still kind of happening. I mean, it finished when we were still podcasting, but when we started, it was still going on. So there was still 2 days left. And the Xbox Game Showcase was on Sunday. And I think that's where like a big chunk of the news is coming from. But there's a bunch of stuff like mixed in with, that got announced Saturday. That got announced before or after Sunday. Sorry, all my stuff's moving around here. So there's all kinds of stuff. And then just like the general gaming news that just comes out that isn't, tied to any of those events. So
Definitely.
What do you want to jump into first? I want to get these couple posts up and then get some more stuff in here.
I guess we can go straight into it. With pretty much what we got up first. Because I feel like I blind myself on screen with this white background. So we got an article from the NFL about the NCAA football game coming out. About it's supposed to be rejoining Madden. If I can speak, rejoining Madden in gaming universe. So obviously we know that they're after like a decade. I think since it's been like a full 10 years. I think 2014 was the last year that we had the NCAA football game come out, and now we're finally getting college football. I think they're calling it college football 24.
Yeah,
No, it's NCAA football 24. My bad.
Is it? I thought it was called college football.
No, it's I'm pretty sure or maybe it's college football.
Yeah,
I'm going back and forth.
I think it's called college football 25. I think.
Because it's I think they had to deal with the naming because they're not dealing with the NCAA. They're dealing with the actual players and the actual schools having to opt in themselves. That way they don't have to deal with. It's just easier to not deal with the failing institution that is the NCAA if you follow college football at all.
Or the failing institution that is the institution of education in America and the cost of.
Yeah,
that's a whole other thing.
From what I understand, though, there is, as it stands right now, because I have watched at least one YouTuber that he plays a lot of college football on his channel and stuff like that. He was able to go and test out the game, and one of the big things they said between the old games and and the new games is obviously you can't move players from the game to the NFL, and there's a few restrictions from some of the older games as far as like renaming players and the limited player customization because of the whole NIL and player likeness that they're trying to avoid. But as far as like the game itself, from what I understood, it's mostly good. For anybody that's played the old NCAA games, they still have the old it's the Road to Glory, and I'm trying to remember the actual proper name of it for when you just play like the career mode. Like on the actual name for it. That's my bad. But they said one of the negatives that they didn't like was that there's no high school football. It's essentially just when you start, you just make your character and you're essentially going right into it, to the recruiting process. You're not playing like any high school games, which some people liked and didn't like, because you'd have to play a whole season in high school, playoffs, and then you actually get to the college portion. I know there were some complaints about maybe just doing the playoff. That way it's, maybe like 3 or 4 games at most and you get right into it. But that was like one of the minor complaints and changes from some of the older games. But from what I've seen about it and some people talked, it looks like it's a pretty good game, fairly polished. There were some people who made comments as like feel like it's not as buggy or as stiff as Madden is, and that kind of makes sense. You're not dealing. It's a different game. Essentially, college is like your, maybe I don't even want to say semi-pro, but that semi-pro amateurish level, and then obviously the NFL is your pro level. So it makes sense. There's a little bit more leeway just in like the gameplay standpoint itself. So, I mean, I probably will look forward to getting it when it comes out. Obviously, not going to pre-order it, but I'll probably end up getting it probably within a month of it coming out and see how it plays. That we have to keep breaking out 360 and playing my old NCAA games.
Do you actually do that?
Like once a year.
Oh,
I haven't. It's just
I was
to
about
play
to say.
football.
For some reason, I can't see you hooking up the 360 that often. Do you have 14?
No, I've got 12. It's the newest one I have.
Dang.
Like I buy one
I'd like
game,
to have it just
and
because
then I don't.
I'm
not gonna buy a new game every year. I buy one and just kind of stick with it.
No, I get it. I just want that specific one. That's it.
I think the Madden game that I bought on the PS4 that I play far less often, which is non-existent. I think it's like 2016. I don't see a need to get a newer game.
No, I'm with you.
Like when I get a sports game, whether it's football or baseball or soccer, I buy the one game and then I will play that until I'm forced to update because the new console doesn't support the old version of the game. New rosters be damned, essentially. But a lot of the old games are fairly good about that. Like I just want to play as my favorite team. I could care less about the roster and stuff like that. I'm not doing that in the online stuff that requires you to essentially gamble for players. That both Madden and the soccer game.
Yeah, FIFA is like
FIFA. I don't care about soccer.
So. I don't either. But my God, that loot box stuff is crazy, and people go gaga over it too.
Like they spend thousands of dollars on it. It's crazy.
It's nuts. It's I'm telling you, it's all the people in Saudi Arabia that spend that money.
I think it's more Europe than anything else. But
I was just joking. They just got a lot of money.
Football is more popular pretty much everywhere that's not the United States.
Pretty much, yeah. I would say.
About it, and if you had any statements on that.
I mean, no, not really, because like for me, I'm pretty open with I don't care too much about simulation sports games. I like to play them every now and again.
Have an itch periodically, and then you play for like a few days and then drop it.
Yeah. And then like I got the beta code. Haven't done anything with it. Might check it out, I guess. I might as well. But for me, like I definitely won't be pre-ordering it. I can't justify. No. I cannot justify paying $70 for a game that literally will drop value within a month, and then by 4 months you'll be able to get it for $30. 6-7 months later you're going to be able to get it for $20. Like I just can't do it. Like I think morally I can't justify it.
I think I was in that same area. I think I was like, as much as I want to play it, I'm not that hard to play. And I'm sitting here like, maybe I'll just wait until I can either get it used for like half price or the price eventually just straight drops. Or I can get it on sale, essentially. I probably in that boat that I probably don't even want to pay $60 for it, realistically.
Well, it's going to be 70 too. That's the worst part. That's crazy. And then there's like $100 version, I think, too, and $140 version.
I mean, it's EA. They're gonna try to do everything they can to rip you off.
People are gonna buy it too, so it doesn't really matter. They always do those like Hall of Fame editions or like because I have some of them, but I got them later at a yard sale or like stuff like that. I've got this one. I think it's what would that be? Madden. what? I don't know. I think it was called like Madden XX or something. Would
One of
that'd
those
be
special
20?
ones, or like
Yeah, it comes. It's in this big silver case that like unfolds and it comes with 3 discs.
I
I'm pretty sure it was
kind of
like
feel like I know what you're
XX.
talking about.
I have to look it up, but yeah, I've got that, and I paid like $1 for it at a yard sale. But like,
Madden Triple X.
is that what it is?
I have no idea. I'm just being
All I can
smartass.
envision it, right? Oh, I type in triple X and all the images are blurred out on Google. Man, XX. I know
You're
it's on
looking for
PS.
inappropriate things. Bad
Absolutely.
Brandon.
I Madden. Okay, so it's 09 20th anniversary collector's edition. That's why. So it has XX on the front cover. That's all I remembered. So it's 09 20th anniversary. So
Yeah, fair enough.
never played it once.
Almost asking what's the point at that point.
Well, I mean, I paid like $1 for it. I don't know. Like I get the itch for them sometimes too, but like typically I'll go back to whatever. Usually something on the PS2 or, like especially the earlier stuff. I really like the sports games on the NES and Super Nintendo. They were super simplistic, but they were a lot of fun.
Oh,
I don't know what it is about those baseball games, and I mean
like
what's
Tecmo Bowl or something
yeah,
like that.
Tecmo Bowl is an excellent game. I love Tecmo Bowl. Stuff like that where it's like simplistic, but you still get that same enjoyment to me. And what happened to me with football is that it got too overly complicated and too much of a simulation where I just didn't think it was fun anymore, and I'd rather go outside and actually play football. Like that's what it
Yeah.
felt like to me.
I guess you could technically fall into simulation though. At times it doesn't.
That's what
It's
it
like a mix
is.
between simulation and arcadey. It's like a simulation, but like unless you're playing like super hard difficulties, you don't really have to pay attention to a lot of stuff. You can just play the game however you want to play it.
It's less arcadey than me, like playing some of those, like retro
Yeah, it's not
sports
like
games, which I like
it's
to
not
go
like
back to.
I can't remember which Forza series that, because it's in the Forza series where it goes between like an arcadey and super actual like sim racer.
Yeah, there's like arcadey Forza games because there's Forza Motorsport, Forza Horizon. So
Yeah.
Motorsport is more of like the race cars and stuff like that.
Yeah, because
and
some of them they go like
Forza
their game
games
or
are
arcadey
awesome.
game, and then they'll have the actual like proper simulation or other games similar to the Forza games where it's just like
Ridge
you
Racer
actually
is
have
like a more of a arcadey racer, and I like the
yeah
arcadey racers. I don't like the simulation racers either.
yeah I much prefer arcade. Like I'm not trying to I don't have this whole setup where I need a steering wheel, the
Yo,
pedals, everything else. I'm trying to hit the turns perfectly.
speaking of which, let me show you this. So I'm sorry for our audio listeners. I'll have to look up what it's called. It might say on here, but I took a video of this, and this looks like the best arcadey racy game I have seen in a very long time. This game looks absolutely phenomenal, and it's an indie game. Like literally an indie game.
So what's the game called?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. I can't remember.
You just have the video of it.
I just have the video. Yeah, somebody was like showing it off, but it's from a studio that put out another like really popular indie game, but like it just looks like everything I love in an arcade racer. Like it looks awesome. So I have to figure out what that was called. But yeah, no, I saved the video because I wanted to check it out later. I was like, that looks really cool. It's gonna be on Steam and stuff. So anyway, still trying to keep this up here.
You said that, I was like, I was trying to look for. I just searched racing on Steam, and I'm like, that's not, unless it has the name in it. It's probably not gonna be a good way to search for that.
Yeah, I'll have to
I don't know. I think of like fun racing games, especially arcade. I pretty much think Mario Kart at that point. Like that's a fun racing game. Anything else, I'm just like, nah, it's too difficult. Like I just want to have fun.
I feel like Mario Kart's in a it's like own lane for me. I think to me it feels like a different thing. It doesn't feel like
it's a kart racing
obviously
game. What are you talking about?
It's arcadey. Obviously it's arcadey, but it doesn't feel like like an arcadey bridge racer or even like what I just showed you. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like something. Or Horizon Chase Turbo. Have you ever seen that game? That's probably my favorite racing game of all time. It's an indie game. Just arcadey racer, just super freaking fun.
It's okay. We all have wrong opinions here now.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't have wrong opinions. I'm a perfect god, so.
Yeah, you're perfect. You know everything.
I know what I need to know.
You know enough, I guess. Yeah. Meanwhile, you're just you're playing Farming Simulator 2025.
No, I'm not that bored.
God, I was watching. We talked about that last week, and I was watching some gameplay, and I'm like, I could not do this. Like this, this is
Same thing with like Euro Truck or like some one of those truck driving games.
yeah.
It's like
And there's a
I don't know why you'd want to do
simulation
this.
for everything now. There's like power wash simulator. God, there's something for
I've seen that.
everything. Yeah, there's something for lawnmower. I have it on my Xbox. Lawnmower simulator. It's just crazy, man.
They have whole
Craziness.
games where you just make a game within a game,
Yeah, very meta. Very meta.
within a Taco Bell, within a mall, within inside your dream.
All right, what else
You
we
know,
got?
you
I
know.
want to get this up here.
We got some stuff. So apparently, the Assassin's Creed Shadows executive producer says Elon Musk is just feeding hatred with his reaction to the game's black protagonist, which at first glance feels like a lot of deflecting. I was trying to pull up his actual tweet for it, because in the article I was looking, they didn't directly pull the tweet straight up. All right, so on May 24th, Elon Musk decided to throw his opinion into the mess. This is PC Gamer writing this article, replying to a tweet about the game with DEI kills art.
I mean, we talked about it before. It's weird. It's a weird decision because of, but also like Assassin's Creed does a lot of weird stuff. The whole Assassin's Creed thing is like you're not. It's not. I don't know how to explain it. You're like a person out of place. Like you're not really supposed to be in. If that makes sense. I don't know how many you played of them. I know you played a couple of the first ones, like 1 and 2 or whatever. But you're like out of play. Not so much in 1 and 2, but you're like kind of out of your element. Like you're not. If you played Valhalla, like you're not. I don't know how to explain it. Like that's like what they're going for. So you're not really supposed to fit in the world. You're trying to fit in the world. It is weird, but I mean, I don't. Maybe there's something we don't know.
I mean, I've only played 3 Assassins. I've actually sat down and only played 3 Assassins. So it's 1, which I think is just the best of the 3 that I played. I played part of 2, and then I played Origins or Odyssey. And I didn't care for Odyssey. I thought there was too much in Odyssey.
Odyssey was that way too, right? I didn't play Odyssey, but
yeah, I put like 60 hours in that game, and was like halfway through the story.
I'll be honest with you, Valhalla is the only one that I put like any type of crazy time into.
I think
and
I put
people
an hour
hated
into Valhalla. I put an hour, and then I just never picked it up. I played it once in one sitting.
I really enjoyed it. But also, the thing is the Series X came out. I think it was only 3 days before the PS5, maybe 5 days. It was like within that same week. It was the only game I picked up with the Series X, so it's all I had to play, and I played it. I mean, I played the crap out of it. I loved it though. So much so, that I played a lot of the DLC. I didn't play everything. I still feel like I should go back and finish the rest of that because I put so much time and I enjoyed it so much. But it could have been one of those things where it's like it's all I had to play on the new console, and I don't know. I didn't know. I was kind of shocked when people were saying that they didn't like it because I was like, that's why everybody's opinions are different, right? I'm not gonna hate you for your opinion about something. Like if you like it, then you like it. But I enjoyed it. Could it be that it's because I had one game to play on Xbox? I don't know. Maybe. I have to go back, I guess. But people love Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla follows that same gameplay tactic as those. Those like Origins changed the Final Fantasy. Assassin's Creed.
Complete wrong franchise.
Origins kind of completely changed the franchise, if you will. Like it turned it into a new open world, like I don't know, just a different game. It was just different, and
but still felt like an Ubisoft open world game.
It felt very much like an Ubisoft game. I mean, down to unlocking the way you unlock parts of the map and all that crap, with towers and all that jazz. I thought Valhalla was great. I mean, there isn't many games where I put that much time into, and I put a lot of time into that game, and it's still my number one game on the Series X I played. But again, like I said, I didn't until I showed off the games like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I had two physical Series X games: Valhalla that I got launch day, and then Halo Infinite that I found at a thrift store for $5. So I was like, Series X game for $5, I'll take it. And Halo Infinite was pretty new. It was only out for a few months at that point. So I was like, I'll take it. Now I've got a couple more, but I just don't have that many physicals because of that stupid smart cloud or whatever it's called, where it's not on the disc. That's like 50% of the physical library. So like that's why I don't have very many. Otherwise I'd have more. I mean, to be for your console, I like the controller a lot. I've always loved the like inverted, joysticks, and I like the console. I mean, so like I'd probably have a lot more games for it if it weren't for that. I'm a physical guy. If I can do it, I'll always buy it physical. And then a lot of
Yeah.
times now, if it's not physical, just wait a little bit because these companies are putting it out physical. So
No, yeah, I guess and then I come down to when it comes to this article, uh, come back to this. Like, what are your thoughts on his tweet directly? What he said about DEI kills art?
and to be honest with you, so when I looked at that, I really don't know what to say because it's Elon Musk. One thing is, I'm not one of those guys that like hates him or whatever. Like I think he does some cool things. I also think he says a lot of stupid stuff. I'm like kind of right down the middle, but like he talks a lot, if you will. Like he just talks a lot. And he
Yeah,
has
a
so
lot of
much
people talk a
money.
lot.
He has so much money. He can say whatever he wants. It doesn't matter if he gets canceled. He's good for the rest of his life. It doesn't matter. Um, but I really don't know what to say. I don't really know what to say to it, to be honest with you. I mean, like we've
Just the
kind of
statement
said,
itself.
yeah. I mean,
'Cause I've seen some people that are obviously critical. They see DEI as essentially forcing you to accept certain thing or forced diversity, nothing that's natural or earned.
but
As in, we will change things for the sake of DEI because we can't have X, Y, and Z be the primary because it's not inclusive enough. Like that's a lot of the big criticism when it comes to it, as this isn't natural storytelling. This is you forcing things that makes it feel potentially unnatural or unearned. If that makes any sense.
no, I get it. It's hard to have an opinion until we know more about the game because maybe there's a reason. But I mean, with the climate, the way that it is, with everything, like it wouldn't be shocking if it is another kind of force fed thing to have other races involved in stuff and sexes and whatever genders, all that jazz. Because I mean, we are getting like force fed a lot of that stuff and things that are
Yeah, it's
unnecessary,
it.
but
'Cause I
we
mean,
don't
it's
know.
starting to become a bigger issue of this whole greater cultural war issue of what's right, what's wrong, and stuff like that. But I guess some of the other main criticisms that I hear from some people that are critical of it is when it came to like every other game that's been in the series, your either main characters are either native to the area or it just makes sense. Like they fit in the time period and the region that the game's taking place in, and then it just feels like some of the people that I've seen, and I can't say there's not um, a proper criticism of it, is that it's medieval Japan, and then you're just finding like the only historically non-Japanese person or not an Asian person that's in Japan, and then hyper focus on that guy. The inspiration, I think it's based off of uh, Yasuke or whatever his name is,
Yeah,
who was in Japan for what we know of like about 15 months historically.
yeah, something like that. I don't know. I was kind of going down the rabbit hole with it, and I, something that popped in my head when I saw this article was there. I don't remember what it was from, but it was like an interview on YouTube a long time ago. I used to watch these like I think they called them like J vlogs or something. They're just
Yeah.
like they're American people living in Japan and they're vlogging. That's it. And like he asked a Japanese guy if he's ever seen a black person. And he says no, just in the movies. He's like
Well, I
they're
mean, because even today, Japan's like what 98% native
yeah,
Japanese
yeah,
or
yeah.
ethnically
And
Japanese. Because
it's smaller than people, realize. It's a small country. It's not big at all, So it's not like China and it's not like South Korea or North Korea. It's a small place. So I mean, and it's one of like the few places in the world I feel like it's um kind of kept to itself. It's also one of those places where you don't see a ton of Japanese leaving Japan because they like it there so much. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
other I'm not saying like nobody does or anything like that, but like it is one of those countries where usually people just stay there. I mean, I would say
yeah.
it's a good country. Like it's
But
one of the better.
yeah, and I was trying to pull something up because this is kind of what we've seen recently. People were kind of criticizing we can't have Resident Evil 5, that like we just can't have that remake because apparently killing zombies that are of African descent makes you racist. I don't know if you've heard that in the past like month or so.
No, I haven't heard that. Oh, that reminds me of that Call of Duty mission where you're like in the mall. I think you're in the mall and you have to like kill innocent people or something. It's like this crazy mission. I have to look it up. Uh, I forget. I think you like can't you like kill like innocent people or something. Call of Duty.
I was trying to pull because there's a IGN article back from May 13th of this year where the head titled is "The Resident Evil Game That Can't Be Remade," which I think is just patently absurd. Because they were talking about obviously Resident Evil 4 was the last game to be remade, but they're saying obviously 5 would be the next one. But they're saying Resident Evil 5 simply can't be remade, or at least not to the standards of Capcom's best work. And they kind of go full into. I was trying to figure out because this is a fairly long article. I was trying to pull something out specifically. Because yeah, that game is based in West Africa, and they say the primary antagonists are black. Technically, it's the Ouroboros virus that protagonist Chris Redfield is fighting. But I think it has to deal with. I was trying to pull out the specific. There's a lot of fluff crap in this article. But yeah, no, because he's criticizing the insensitive treatment of people of color was hotly debated even as Resident Evil 5's debut trailer. From another IGN article way back then, which I find a hard time that anybody was ever critical of that game. It's a zombie game. Like if you find race is an issue with it, then you're looking for something.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's so hard to comment on any of that stuff because people think everything's racist, sexist, homophobic, all that stuff anymore. I mean, you can't. I feel like there's literally no freedom of speech. You just can't talk. Like,
Or I
you
guess
have to watch yourself with
I've
everything. Like, you know what I mean?
no,
Like, we just
I've seen some people. It's like you have freedom of speech if your speech is in line with whatever
yeah. See,
platform that you're on.
that's stupid because you know what? And I'll be straight up. Like, the way that I talk to my guy friends, like, is not politically correct. The way that me and you have a conversation isn't politically correct. The way I talk to any of my other friends, we say all kinds of crazy stuff. It used to be a way different in high school, man. I'm telling you what, like we just said some crazy stuff and it was never meant to be like offensive to anybody. It's guys having what do they call it? I don't know, locker room banter or whatever. It's just guys being guys having
Yeah,
conversations.
pretty much.
Women do the same thing about men when they're in together in situations. But if it's in like
you criticize guys, Ben, but I've heard women talk with each
oh,
other.
dude, I
crass and crude.
you know how many parties I've been to where I've listened to females talk down, say the things they're gonna do, or people they're gonna use, or or whatever. Like, everybody is guilty of something with that. And like, I won't stop bantering with my friends the way that I want to be able to talk to you and always have. Like, whatever. You take it and shove it up your butt. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, but I mean, this and some of this somewhat feels like it's just rage baiting for clicks. But I mean, with the whole advent of Gamergate 2, essentially, or whatever you want to actually dub it, I think it's just more proof that more or less a lot of people don't really care about what games journalists really have to say. Games journalism is going to
I feel like
social media, to YouTube. Like that's where most people go to get like an actual opinion that they actually respect, not IGN or Kotaku or Polygon. Because we
so
all know those sites have an extreme bias, and a lot of the times they're making stuff an issue that's not an issue, as well as there's the whole criticism of there's normal game mode, there's hard mode, there's easy mode, and then there's game journalist mode, which just has to handhold baby walk them through the game, because if the game only has one difficulty and it's too hard, they complain about it.
yeah, I don't know. Our culture sucks now. That's all I know. It just sucks, man. It's just so different. It's disappointing because, like I've always been supportive of other people's decisions to do whatever they want to do as long as they're not harming anyone else. And, I have friends all over the spectrum of everything, female friends, gay friends, black friends, whatever. But it becomes a problem when now it's like an issue that you can't say anything at all whatsoever if it offends one person in the world, and you're just talking. I feel like it's not even people like saying things wrong, they're just talking how people talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I'm fine, like if you
Like
don't
you're upset about a
harm me,
conversation
I don't harm you.
not even a part of.
Yeah, I mean, like it's stupid. And like I don't put myself out there like that with like, the Twitter flame wars, the crazy stuff that happens there. That place is a incest pool, man. And
I'm hardly on social media. I've gotten it off my phones just because I don't like it being there. Because if it's there, I'll be on it. And not only is it I can't remember the actual term, but you'll just burn like an hour, not even realize how much time.
see, thankfully
It's
I
like
don't do
death
that.
scrolling, but
I
you do. So I
think
think that the temptation's out there. Plus, if
yeah.
I'm on social media, I am one of the biggest trolls that you could ever think of, and I'll do it on my personal account with my name, my face up there. Like I will be an asshole to the most random person that I'm like, this
You
is
remind
stupid.
me of that one guy that was on the podcast early on. He's got to let everybody know his opinion on everything.
I'm not letting people know my opinion. I'm just being an asshole to people on the internet.
See, I don't
It's
do
the
that.
internet.
I don't like
The internet isn't reality. You need to stop thinking like it actually is.
I hate when people do that.
Would you
I
talk like
just
that to
either
somebody in
read it
person?
and
Well,
move
no,
along.
I wouldn't, unless you're just a dick. But this is the internet. This is social media. If you take this seriously, you're on the internet too much.
Yeah, that's the problem, man.
Yeah,
Like people
yeah,
said
you
the
need to
thing, if people said the
go
things
touch grass.
they say on Twitter in person. Well, first of all, they wouldn't do it. But if they did, there's consequences to doing that. And especially if you said the things that people have said to me 15 years ago, it wouldn't have been good. Just put it that way. And it was different, in like the MySpace days or the early Facebook days. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that yet. But
There's also nobody really on the internet. The internet was completely different back then.
I miss those early days, forums and cool people. And there are two people that I've still kept up with since I was, how old would I have been? 11 years old.
Oof.
Yeah,
Young.
11 online. Still have them on my game systems. Um, Still text one of them every now and again. The other one, same thing. I talked to one of them on the phone, I don't know, about 3-4 weeks ago. So kept up with a couple of those people because people were different. The internet was a different place back then.
You also didn't have like a smartphone where you were on all the time. You had to be at
You're
a
connected
computer
24/7.
Most people didn't even have laptops. You had like a family computer that had to mainly sit down, and your parents weren't gonna let you be on it too long. So it was more, it was still person to person. It wasn't really about, was it 2015, 2016 where that really started taking off?
Yeah.
between
Yeah. So,
2012 and 2016 or something like that.
well, I mean, before that, Facebook was 2008. MySpace
Yeah,
was.
but I mean, it wasn't like it until smartphones became
Oh
super
yeah, smartphone,
common.
like being connected all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somewhere around that time, I didn't get one until I didn't even get. I got a track phone my junior year for cross country to get
Because
picked up,
I
and
think
I
I was
didn't
either
get
a
a
sophomore.
smartphone. I didn't get a
Yeah,
smartphone until the year I graduated.
because I don't remember what year I got my first smartphone, but I remember having the old. Essentially, it's just a
You buy the
you can
minutes and
text and call, and
yeah,
it's just a phone. You can't do anything else with it.
yeah.
But I think I was out of high school by the time I actually got an actual smartphone.
I think I
I
had
just can't
I
remember.
used graduation money. I remember the one I got. I got the Droid X. It was the biggest at the time. Now you look at it now, it's nothing, but at the time it was the biggest phone, like biggest smartphone.
Actually, you say the biggest one, and because if I don't say, I'm gonna forget it. I do remember my first phone. It was like I think it was the Chocolate 3. Don't know
I
who
remember
actually
the chocolate
manufactured it, but I
LG,
had
I
a
think.
chocolate. It might have been an LG chocolate, but I know it was a Chocolate 3 because they had one of those weird
Razor
spin-offs.
and chocolate, those were very popular. I never
Yeah,
got
because
one, but
it was around the time that the Razor came out, the
yeah,
really thin phone.
yeah. Those are back, by the way, smartphone versions.
I don't care for the
People
smartphone that
people
thin. I
love
think
the
it's stupid.
chocolates too, but I never got. Yeah, I got a track phone that you bought minutes for
I
just
had one
because
of
of cross
those
country.
at one. I think I had one. I may have had one of those, but I don't know if it was. I remember having a phone that you had minutes on it, but I didn't have it for very long before I actually got an actual phone on my parents' plan.
I used my graduation money and got that one. But even then, like it was a smartphone being connected, but it was like not the same because you were working with like
Yeah,
2G. Things took forever to load, so you just weren't
it's
on it all the time like that.
you're
Still,
texting,
you know what I mean?
You had a.
It
If
was
you didn't
like
have like unlimited texting, it was like you had like so many
yeah,
minutes
which
before
we
you started getting
didn't.
charged.
Yeah, we didn't at
And
the
it's
time.
the old buttons to where you have to hit like
You
or
had to
like
hit it like the
like
QWERTY
LOL was a
QWERTY
thing because you had to hit
keyboards.
the same button like 3 times to go all the
Yeah,
way across with the letters and stuff like that.
yeah.
I think
Those
that's one of the phones I had was big because it's like, oh, you slide it up, and you actually have the full little, super tiny little keyboard, which
yeah.
somewhat made it easier to type out full words.
Yeah, I hated the QWERTY keyboards. I hated those, man. Oh my god. You got so good at it though that it was kind of like ridiculous after a while. You're like you could type out a
I
text
didn't
like
really,
super.
I don't think you even really texted really all that much, even back then. I think it was more either call or, well, if you're within like a just knock on your door, it's
I
just
just
easier.
talked to girls on the phone. That was pretty much it. All the time. All the time. But anyway, what's our next topic? I'm like halfway. I got like this halfway written out here trying to get this up as we're I
No, you're
apologize.
fine. So there was some news coming out that the Horizon developer Gorilla could be working on multiple live service games. I hear live service and I think, oh no, we don't need another live service game. But Gorilla's worked on the last 2 Horizon games. Obviously, there's a third Horizon game coming. That's we expect to end at least whatever arc that they're on right now. And then before that, they just worked on a bunch of Killzone games, really. But
Yeah.
a new job listing from Guerrilla Games may hint at the studio having several live service projects in the works. The first party PlayStation team last released Horizon Forbidden West's Burning Shore expansion in 2023, but has been quietly working on multiple games behind the scenes. And when they say that, they're probably primarily working on one game, and then they have other games in various stages of development. Essentially, I would assume pre-production because I still assume their next game is gonna be the next Horizon game.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what
that's
I
my
would
assumption.
think. Yeah, that's what I would think.
Trying to figure out like how big the studio because I didn't think they were super big of a studio, but I wanted to like double check. So yeah, it's as of June 2021, they have 360 employees. So
Not
they're
a
not as
huge one,
small,
yeah.
but they're not like super big. You think 360 is probably they're probably going to be working on primarily one game at a time and have like a few games in pre-production as they kind of swap to the next. I would
Yeah.
assume. Like I'm not an expert, but it just feels like they're gonna work on one game at a time. It's not like they've got like 1,000 employees that they could split between 3 to 5 different development teams. But I'm not an expert when it comes to game development.
Yeah, no, me either. You know what I think is interesting though? I am very surprised, and I don't know why I didn't really think about it last week. But with that Lego Horizon game, that's a Sony game and it's coming to Switch. I find that very interesting, but not Xbox.
And it's also could be it's just a Lego game, so they're
But it's
less of an
Horizon.
issue.
I mean,
Yeah, it's
yeah, I
Horizon
see.
labeled, but it's also like a Lego game, so you're dealing with different brandings and stuff like that. And they probably just wanna make money. Because I feel confident they leave it on PlayStation. It's not going to sell well compared to the audience that would actually play from what we looked like it. Like they're aiming definitely a younger audience with that game. And
Yeah,
I think the Switch fits that perfectly.
yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where because it's Lego, it's going to sell really well on Switch. So I feel like that was kind of the thinking of it. I just find it very interesting because they're the company that doesn't work with any other companies. They're the ones that they don't ever like work with any other
Yeah.
companies. Like their IPs are stuck on PlayStation. Now they go to PC, but they don't work with any other companies. This is the first thing I can think of in any recent years that they've put a game out on anything else. And yes, it's a Lego game, but it's a PlayStation game. It's an in-house game. So that's the interesting part. And they're like, screw Xbox. Nobody's going to buy it on Xbox. I feel like it'll sell better on Switch than it will PS5.
I feel confident in that.
Yeah.
But I think Switch just has a bigger install base at this point. But
oh yeah.
I mean, when you think of like live service games, I think it comes down to this going to be another Killzone game, or is this going to be another new IP after Horizon 3?
I don't know.
If
I would
these
love
rumors,
to see a
are
new
to be believed.
Killzone. I would love to see a new Killzone. It's been a while.
Would you want a live service Killzone game?
No, absolutely not.
Like the problem is you hear live service, you're like, oh, this is.
Oh, you
probably
throw
gonna
me
flop.
off immediately with it. Like
This has to be either like a really big live service game, or it's just not going to do well.
Yeah,
but, I mean that's just my personal opinion. I don't care for live service games.
I don't either. I mean, I can't get into anything. People loved Destiny for a while. I'm like, I couldn't even get into that. Even the first Destiny.
I mean, technically, there's 2 live service games I technically play, but I don't know. Technically, I wouldn't classify it as live service. I play an MMO game because I play ESO Online periodically, and then I play the rage-inducing game of Rocket League, which is just an online multiplayer game. But I really wouldn't classify those as what you would consider like a live service game. That's more of like a multiplayer MMO type game, not something more like along the lines of Destiny, where it's like a single player game with forced online.
That PS4 Killzone game still looks amazing today. It does, yeah. It's actually the only one I own right now is that PS4 game. It's really good. I loved it. I think Killzone's great. Actually, I had the one on PSP as well. Liberation or whatever the heck it's called, but all the ones that I played have been phenomenal. It's a series they just like don't do anything with, and it doesn't make any sense. It used to be a good seller. I don't know what happened. Could Killzone work as a live service game? Absolutely. If it's any of their IPs, like it would probably be that one that would make sense, but I don't want to see it. So, I mean, like I could see that being a live service game, but again, like I don't care. I just don't like live service. Like you were into you played Siege a lot, right? Didn't you play
years ago? I don't. After they started making changes, I didn't care for it. And other people that I play with stopped playing the game, and it was just kind of died out. But yeah, I wouldn't go back and play it now. It's just too different from the game that it was in its early years. I think it's a worse game. That's personal opinion.
I've got on PS5 and I haven't even unwrapped it, so I don't know that I'll ever get around to playing
I've probably put in close to between PC and PS4 when I played that game. I've probably got close to at least 1,000 hours of playtime in that game.
Dang.
But I played it about a year.
There isn't many games that I've got that many hours in.
I think I played that game from about 2016 to 2019. It's about the time frame I played Siege. But I primarily stopped playing because everybody else that I played with, stopped playing. So it's no fun just keeping up with 4 of the randoms.
Do you
At least
think
I didn't have fun with it.
you think we'll get a new Splinter Cell or Rainbow Six game, or do you think we're getting anything anytime soon?
My gut says no.
You don't
The
think we'll
live
get one
service
at
models,
all? Well, no,
live
not
service
even.
models working just fine.
God,
There's
I
no
hate
incentive.
that.
It's like all this stuff is this live service model works and makes money. Why spend more money on another game, on these single player games that aren't gonna be continuous cash
I mean,
cows?
I just assumed that the player base for that game died off like quite a while ago. I didn't know it was like super active still.
I mean, I think there's still a decent. I don't know I'd have to pull up the numbers, but I mean, there's still a fairly decent.
It's a pretty
player
old
base.
game at this point, right?
Yeah, it came out in what 2014, 2015.
Yeah,
something
it's
like that.
been around for a long time. I didn't even know people were still playing it like that.
I mean, I think it's the same problem that you have with the new. Oh my god, I'm blanking on it. Mother.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I immediately just went real blank.
Went blank. Rainbow Six, yes, because that's
no
so
GT.
crazy.
I don't know why I couldn't think of GTA. I remember the name of the studio, but it's the same thing issue with GTA. How long has it been since
you couldn't think of GTA?
No, I couldn't. My mind went straight blank on it. Like I'm sorry. It happens.
I'm worried about you.
There's nothing new. I've had the same issue all the way back in high school. I just go blank on names sometimes. But no, it's the same thing like GTA. It's like with GTA Online came out. How long has that game been out even before we got the announcement of, hey, you're still like 3 years out from the next game coming out? Because there's no incentive to go and make another game except once every decade because it just makes you so much money.
Well,
like,
yeah,
why bother making a new game?
Yeah, that's the thing. I've heard, some discourse on what are they going to do with GTA Online for 6? Is it going to be GTA Online 2? Are they just going to transfer it over? And
I would assume it's some kind of like lateral transfer, or at the very least,
or like an Overwatch thing where they're like, okay, the old can't play the old one anymore. Here, moving over to new servers, new.
It's either going to be a little transfer, or it's just going to be soft reset on the server itself.
I wonder, because like if the thing is, they're going to want to make that online game, look representable in the way that the base game looks. And
it's probably not
GTA Online doesn't look good.
I can't imagine it's going to come out at launch, kind of like with the last GTA game.
Yeah, because that
5, it's going to be at least a year before it comes out, because they're still going to want people to actually play the game itself.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, and for me,
they probably need
personally, that's all I have interest in. I don't care. I think
they're going to have to fix out bugs and then bring in beta testers and just make sure everything works before it goes live, because that's going to be their cash cow. They can't have that being broken at launch. The game itself can be buggy all you want. That game's gonna make money when it launches. Like, they're gonna have an install base when GTA 5, when GTA 6 Online comes out.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of, is it going to be like a reset, which I feel like they're going to. There's just too many people that are too. It would be more financially advantageous to do a soft reset for everybody that plays GTA Online compared to, hey, you're going to lateral all this money.
Yeah.
I get it. To the new game, and immediately have a head start on a lot of other people.
That makes sense. I get it.
But I mean, that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong.
No, I mean, it's it's all speculation. Like, who knows what they're gonna do? It's such a cash cow. Even now,
I was gonna say the only thing I'm pretty guaranteed of is that it's gonna be monetized, way too heavily.
Well, there was the rumor that it was gonna be like $100, the first $100 game or something crazy like that, like base game.
Wouldn't surprise me if they just tried to milk people for as much money as possible. Which I think is ridiculously, like, nobody should be spending $100 in a base game.
No,
or on a video game at all. At that point, I would just refuse to buy it at that point. But that's one person. If they priced it at $100, they would still make a bunch of money, and then that would set a new standard for pricing games.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
I think
like, if one person does it and it works, then other people do it.
Yeah, I think there's a problem because you saw the same issue with that 70. You're gonna start seeing that price creep go up and up, and all of a sudden it's gonna be, $120 for a brand new game, and you're just kind of like, how is this affordable anymore?
It's not. I mean, with the economy the way that it is, and like price, I feel bad for people in like European countries and then Canada where games are just way more expensive, and
In general, yeah.
like like $150 for a base game that would be 60 or 70 here. Like it's crazy. I've seen the prices, like, and their economy, it doesn't like match where they're making that much more for it to sort of equal that, to be sort of the same. No, it's just way more expensive. So it's crazy. I don't, I think it's absurd, man. Like if it's going to be a $70 game, it needs to be complete, needs to have everything in it. um I mean, that's never going to happen anymore. Unfortunately, there's going to be a very select games that are that way. It's going to be the
I'll
indie
say this.
developers, and it's going to be the maybe like Stellar Blades or whatever, and
Yeah.
these hit
Is if they
games.
did do the $100 price tag, it'd be one of a handful of games that could probably do $100 price tag and it actually just not lose money and the sales
It's
not suffer.
it's probably the only game I think that could do it. I think it's the only
I still think it'd be a bad decision because
horrible
you're gonna
decision.
you're gonna get a lot of bad publicity. At least not probably not from the media, but from people complaining about it online. Because I mean the 70 price tag already has that problem, but it's only $10 more. I'm like, yeah, well, what's another $10? Another $10, and all of a sudden you're paying $150 for a new game in like another 5 years because that's a gradual price creep
Yeah, it's just it's absurd, man. It's absurd.
for a game that doesn't need to be $500 million to develop.
Well, I did want to not to interrupt kind of the flow of things, but I did want to bring this up because it is getting late and these are going away today. So I just want to quickly bring this up. But
Oh no, you're good.
five games are leaving Xbox Game Pass today, and that includes The Mountain King, High on Life. That sucks because I started it and haven't beat it yet. Rune Factory 4 Special. Lucky on that one because I picked it up during the Walmart sale. Space Lines from the Far Out, and the Bookwalker Thief of Tales. Another batch of games will be leaving at the end of the month, but they have yet to be revealed. So those are today, I guess. So there's like no time for you to play them, but
Yeah.
so I will
It
say
is
that
unfortunate.
Rune Factory games are freaking phenomenal. Though, man, I love those games. But that High on Life game is pretty interesting. I got pretty far in it, but I hadn't beat it yet. That's the problem with Game Pass. The best value in gaming, but like if you play, stop a game for a little bit, play something else, and come back, it might not be there anymore. So
Oh, definitely. Obviously, there was some news about Starfield's release their first update after the Creation Club launch. The released the new update on June 14th, so that was yesterday. Patch mostly aims to fix bugs stemming from the June 9th update, which was their Creation Club kit launch. The latest version of the game also adds new art tools to the Creation Kit 2, Starfield's official modding toolkit. With that in mind, there's also earlier this week most recent update focused on obviously modding is one of the big things they've been focusing on here recently. And the game has been getting essentially reviewed bombed on Steam because of the advent of what they've done in some of their older games of here's paid mods that are normally created for free. But because we're going to give some of these mod developers, some of that profit, yeah, if you want to have this mod, you have to pay for it at the very least on console. Because if you're on PC, there's actual full-on websites that you don't. It's donation based for mods. You don't have to actually pay for them. But I mean that just kind of makes sense. These aren't when it comes to paid mods. Like these aren't Bethesda didn't test them. They didn't make them. These are community created creations that are normally they're for free for the entertainment. And if you want to support the creator, people tend to support them on the actual sites, whether it's on that site or on Patreon or something like that. Especially for some of the bigger mods.
yeah, I think it's crazy, personally, but I also think the game's garbage. So
Starfield, yeah, I don't think Starfield's a good game at all. I think it's a really boring game, from
yeah,
what I ended up playing.
Yeah, I mean that's
I
how
need a
I felt
pre-funded
too.
new game.
I just
I
thought it was really boring as well.
Yeah. But as it stands right now, it's sitting, or as of 2 days ago, it's sitting at the recent reviews mostly negative with about 1,800 reviews, and then just shy of 100,000 all time. It's sitting mixed.
That's not
So
good.
it's not ideal, but it's the whole concept of why are you charging money for this? It just comes off as extremely greedy for something that you didn't even make. You're just profiting off of somebody else's work because you're like, hey, if we pay money, we'll give you probably a bulk of the profit, but we're gonna take a little on the side. That way we can just profit off something that we had no involvement in.
That's
It
crazy.
just comes off as scummy and greedy to
I,
me.
I like Bethesda less and less. I feel like by the year, it used to be a company I really respected and really loved. They put out a lot of, and I liked a lot of the other franchises, like Wolfenstein and Doom and stuff, a little bit more than, I like Elder Scrolls and Fallout, the earlier games, stuff like that. But I really liked a lot of the other stuff they did. But man, they just, I don't know, man. These companies disappoint me.
Finding a way to make a penny while also laying off people because oh, we made a bad game, but instead of us cutting what we're making, we're just gonna cut people's jobs.
Can we talk about how half of video game news is about people's Pokemon fan creations?
That I don't get.
I don't get it either. I swear to God, every week when I'm like looking and hunting down news, there's like 50 articles about, oh, this fan created this Pokemon to look a certain way or the way
That
it
feels
was.
like I need to write an article. Let me just go to
That's what it
Reddit
is.
and make
It's
a Reddit article. Like that's not
filler
news.
articles. It is not news at all. It is, there's, I'll just say right now, as I'm like sort of scrolling and looking and seeing if there's anything big, I think I passed about 15 of them.
Yeah, I see it all the time, and I'm like, is this based off a new game, an old game? It feels like it's an old game. If it's Scarlet and Violet, that game's kind of crap, or that game's it's kind of not. That game is trash. It's still a buggy, broken mess to some degree. Even 2 years later, it feels like.
It's
I
buggy,
don't. I don't know.
but
I don't get that. I see articles like those all the time. I'm like, this is not. You just
this
went
is
to.
not
You went to.
news.
You saw someone post something on Reddit. And you're like, I can make a 30-second article on this to meet a quota.
I wonder if it's exciting for the people that make the fan
Maybe that
creation
one
though,
person, assuming they even ever actually read that article. But I assume if
or
it's
they
on
just
Reddit,
steal it.
it's on Reddit, so that's where all the traction's gonna be. They're gonna see the article like, oh, well, I already saw that, so who cares?
Oh my god, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with all that.
Or it's on X or on some other social media. It just feels kind of lazy.
Well, we were talking about Bethesda. So apparently they're giving away freebies for Fallout 76, Doom Eternal, and more games. It says they're giving away in-game item bundles until August 10th. Bundle includes freebies for Doom Eternal, Fallout 76, among a couple of other games. Taking advantage of this offer is as simple as opting into the company's marketing emails. So it looks like you can get works Wolfenstein Youngblood and Rage 2. So those are the 4 games. If you opt in, Fallout 76 looks like you get a couple like emotes, maybe skins, items.
I'm sorry.
Doom.
I think emotes are the most useless thing in
I
video
I I,
games.
I
Period.
literally have never used them in my life. The Doom ones are really cool. You get the really cool looking skins that like super cool looking. The Rage 2, there's one thing. You get some guns, and Wolfenstein Youngblood looks like something called a legacy pack, so I don't know if I'm going to boot up. Maybe the Doom one to get those, but I like Doom Eternal a lot. Marketing emails. Fun times.
More and more marketing.
Dude, they would market everything. I mean, throwing commercials into video games.
Oh yeah,
Ads and commercials in video games. Oh my
straight
god.
up, and of course, yeah, that's the most EA thing I think I've ever heard in my life.
Apparently, Assassin's Creed Infinity has a new name. It has been renamed to Animus Hub. So that's like their app for like all the Assassin's Creed games, I guess. It says the app will launch no later than November 15th when Shadows does. While Animus Hub is planned to continue the series' modern day story, it's still unclear what it will actually entail. So I don't know if it's like an app for the games or it's like a game. It's a little the article's a little confusing.
No,
I
yeah,
think
fair
it's
enough.
that mobile. I feel like it's like a mobile game, but it says Animus Hub, so I don't know. Maybe it's like I don't know. Maybe might be another one of those Ubisoft apps where you like connect to it to collect different stuff from games in the series and stuff like that. So
So it's almost just a waste of time. Is what you're saying?
pretty much, yeah.
That's what I heard. Oh, you're getting stuff that's not gonna do anything. Okay, we'll give you free stuff that's useless to download our app. That doesn't really do anything. It's kind of useless.
Yeah.
But I know when you said you were talking about, let's pull a Reddit post and make an article about it.
Yeah.
You pulled one of those articles about, some person dumpster diving and find a rare pink PlayStation 2 in the trash.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool because
Can't say I recommend dumpster diving all that much, but
no, but to find that, I mean, it could be an illegitimate article and they could have lied because that's a very rare console.
they just pulled a Reddit post and made an article about it.
That's what they do, man. That's what these websites do. There's nothing. They make up these fake news reports. They're not even like news reports or stuff that.
No, they
Or
pulled it from
somewhere else.
r/PlayStation. It was posted by loud_assistant_3055. And it was quoted, "I found this in the dumpster, and it's just a picture of the PS2 that's pink and then 2 pink controllers. Don't know how you find that in a dumpster."
I don't either. Those are pretty rare. I would love to have one of those pink PS2 Slims. I think those are really rad. But to find that in the dumpster, I don't know. It seems a little weird to me. Seems a little off. Why
Yeah,
is
but
it?
it's just the one picture, a sentence, and they made a whole article on that. I thought that was funny. I'm like, it's a neat find, assuming that the post is actually legit, but kind of what we were just talking about. I don't know how this is article worthy on a website.
It's really not. It's really not. This is a totally off topic here, but since you are a Rocket League guy, did you see the?
That's a game I love to hate.
Did,
I rage so hard on that game. It pisses me off every time I play it.
did you see the Metallica crossover that they're
I
doing?
didn't, because I don't care about their crossovers. The last crossover that I bought anything on the store was when they did the R34 Skyline car, which was a few years ago, as well as the goal music for Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Those are like the last two things I bought, and then I haven't bought anything else. I don't really. Most of their stuff, it's like, here, buy this thing in the store that we put like no effort into, but you're gonna pay like $20 for.
Yeah, I'm not really into it myself, but
I was like, I got the car. I've got everything I want to play. Like, I just play it, which sucks. That I bought the game before it became free to play, so I feel like I wasted all that money.
that does kind of suck,
But
doesn't
it's
it?
free to play, so it's not on Steam anymore. So it looks like I can still play it on Steam.
Do you get anything for having bought it before? Like, did they give you like any special pack? Like Nintendo's done
No,
that before.
I didn't get anything.
If you bought the 3DS at the launch price, you got this pack of, I think it was 10 games that you couldn't get any other way. So like if you find one of those 3DSs with, I think they called it like Legacy Edition or something, but you get like these 10 games for free that you can't get any other way. And if you find that 3DS, like they're worth like quite a bit of money. It's when they were,
Yeah.
I want to say they were I think they were 300 or might have been 250 or something at launch, and then they dropped it down significantly, but if you paid that full price, they gave you a bunch of games and there's a Zelda game on there that you can't get or play any other way at all. So
Sounds like a
like
terrible business decision, personally, but
3DS sold gangbusters, man. I think it was a great. I mean, like
no, that one decision, like, oh, here's games that only these handful of people that can play it.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but what they were trying to do was, the people paid full price. Like, they didn't have to do that. They could have just lowered the
No,
price
like,
of
I
the
like it. It's just the
systems.
fact that they never re-released those games. That
Oh yeah, I
people
didn't like
actually
that
would wanna
because that
play it.
Zelda game specifically really irritated me. That's really irritating. And
I
now
was like,
like
you get it for free. Everybody else in like 6 months has to like pay for it. Like,
you
that would make a lot more sense to
can't get
me.
it at all. You can't get them
Yeah.
at all. It's so stupid. But yeah.
But no, it's one of those things where Epic bought Psyonix, took it to their platform only, and then you can only play it on Steam because you already paid for it and stuff like that. And then they reset their seasons, which is super confusing. But that's a game I used to like the esport version of it. Now I just think it's kind of I don't really care for it.
If a game has seasons, you can usually count me out of it.
It's got seasons, but it's just like every 3 months, your rank kind of like soft resets, but it doesn't really do a whole lot personally. And they've got the whole. I mean, it's free to play now, so they've got the whole their version of like a battle pass. But if you pay for the battle pass, the premium once, and you play it enough, you can essentially earn enough in-game currency to buy the premium next season. So you you can buy the premium battle pass, which just gives you cosmetics once, and then essentially never pay for it again, which is kind of what I do every season. Because it's like 1,000 of their in-game credit or whatever the money is for the premium version of season pass, and you can very easily earn 1,000 of those credits back as far as like the premium awards, which
Yeah.
almost feels like, well, what's the point?
Yeah. It kind of
Charging
does.
new people or people that don't play it enough to earn those rewards, because it's not really all that hard to play that game enough.
So okay, here's two things. Actually, I want to bring this one up first. So I'll put this other one here in the notes here, but this is it's kind of a non-news thing again. It's like the pink PS2 thing. It's a Reddit article. But a Reddit user stumbled upon binders full of forgotten first gen Pokemon TCG cards in the attic, which had unfortunately deteriorated over time. Some original Pokemon cards sell for massive sums, with a copy of the rarest card in existence, Pikachu Illustrators, selling for over $5 million in 2021. They made the shocking discovery in their attic. The Pokemon trading card game began in '96. Blah blah blah. In 2003, publishing rights were transferred to the Pokemon Company, which has handled every English language expansion since. Apparently this Reddit user went rummaging around in their attic in search of their Pokemon childhood card collection. Instead of finding preserved first gen cards as anticipated, U underscore the underscore spear 808 found an ultra pro binder weathered by years of neglect. I actually got pictures of it on here and they look terrible. The sleeves were horribly discolored and practically rusted from decay. Unfortunately, almost all of the cards inside were faded and decomposed. Somehow, a lone Paris managed to survive the carnage, but even the resilient bug grass Pokemon has seen better days. And if you want to check it out for audio listeners, you can go on the Pokemon TCG Reddit. These are probably the worst looking cards I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how they get this bad from being in an attic. And it almost
I mean, just general decay from
no, this is
a
like
humid environment,
this is
probably.
like real decay. But apparently had that Pikachu Illustrator card.
Yeah.
That
No,
is
my best guess
the
is
rarest card.
it's at an attic with no temperature control. It probably got really hot and really humid during the summers, so that cardboard just naturally gets damaged over like the last 20 years.
I've seen bad and damaged Pokemon cards. Holy crap! Some of the cards are in like literal pieces inside the binder still, but just like pieces all around. It's crazy. I can you imagine though you finding that you had that Pikachu Illustrator card and it looks like
But it's
that,
worthless. Yeah.
dude. Life over. I'm done. Could have
This piece of
retired with that.
cardboard. No.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. That would suck. But yeah, it's another one of those like non-news articles pulling from Reddit.
Yeah. But we did get a updated of the Xbox Studios roadmap for it's updated for June 2024. So what they have listed is their games coming out the rest of this year. Obviously, we pretty much know all these games. The Hellblade 2 game, ARA History Untold, the yearly release of Flight Simulator, Towerborn, Avowed, Age Mythology Retold, Indiana Jones, and Call of Duty Black Ops 6 that are coming this year. And then it's got South of Midnight, Fable, which looks terrible, or the announcement looked terrible personally, and then Doom: The Dark Ages coming out in 2025, and then The Outer Worlds 2, Perfect Dark,
Are you
State of
diving into
Decay
all the
3.
Xbox stuff already?
No, this is just the roadmap. The Contraband, Clockwork, Gears of War, Elder Scrolls 6, whatever this OD game is, Blade, some really small text that I can't read, Everwild, just listed as upcoming. This is just their roadmap that was published this month. But
Yeah.
obviously the big stuff is what's coming out this year, because a lot of these games kind of knew they were coming, and they're just, this game's coming, to be determined. Almost kind of like why even bother putting on a roadmap? But
Yeah.
obviously the big games were the ones that were coming out this year. No, these aren't getting into it. This is just the announcement for their
It's a
roadmap.
lot. It's a lot of games though. So it is like
Yeah.
way
Half these
more
games we
than
kind of
we
already
could have.
know, especially in the upcoming, which means there's no actual release date. It's just, hey, these games have been announced, until like half of them never come out because they get canceled in the end.
Yeah, I was like looking over this. I don't see many of these like getting canceled or anything like that, except some of the ones that maybe are like, you know,
Don't have a date.
the
Don't have a release date.
or like our new franchises, but I
Yeah.
probably not, because a lot of these are the big studios they acquired that are finally getting games out. We expected this, right? They acquired so many studios. It takes years to develop these games. And I mean, a very long time. So I mean, I expected then that it was going to be a while before we heard anything, but like
I don't think it's interesting. They only have 3 games listed for next year as it stands right now.
yeah, as of right now. I mean, we've got Xbox game showcases a couple times a year, other smaller events or indie showcases. Um, there's going to be more. I mean, for sure. Uh, I I gotta say though, I am very interested in Indiana Jones. I'm wondering how that's going to be. Um, Fable. What's your thoughts of Fable? So you were saying a little bit about that. What's your
I
thinking
mean,
there?
everyone all we know about is that main chick character for the logo. It's just, she just looks ugly. She looks terrible.
I wanna be so excited for a new
I
Fable.
think you'll want to, but like we don't know anything about this game.
We
We
don't
just
know
had an
anything
announcement for it,
really. Yeah, we don't
and
really
then
know
everyone
anything.
memed on that chick that kind of looks like a dude
Can we be
with an ugly face.
can we be fair and say that everybody memes on everything now? So it's just
Yeah,
I
but I
like
mean, like it's even in this article by Game Rant. Like, just she looks bad.
I don't know if I saw the is it the same article?
Yeah, the one you posted at the very top.
Uh what have you ever
But I don't
been
know. I've only played Fable 3 and I never beat it. I was never a big Fable
I
fan, so
see
I don't really have
I
any
think
strong feelings for it.
Fable 3 is Fable 1 and 2 are really good. I didn't care much for Fable 3, but
I
awesome
think I ended up just
awesome
making a
games.
bunch of babies and that was it.
Um no, I mean like I'm, looking at this and some of the things that definitely. All right, so have you ever been into the Age of Mythology games? Because that's like kind of your
No, I never got into the
area.
Age, even the OG, because I think this is just a remastered version of Age of Mythology. I never cared for it. I couldn't even get into to Age of Empires 4. I didn't like how it played. I preferred the first two, primarily Age of Empires 2.
Yeah, I'm generally not into those type of games that much. Like I've
Age of
enjoyed.
Mythology plays good. It's just not. I don't know. I just didn't. It never grabbed me like two, like 1 and 2 did.
Yeah,
And then I think it was the same thing with 3. 3 was okay, but I don't. It just didn't. It didn't live up to the game prior. And I wasn't the biggest fan of some of the game mechanics personally.
give me just a
As far
second.
yeah. Uh,
Sorry.
for those listening, I didn't care for some of the mechanics where you get because it essentially deals with like the new world, colonizing and stuff like that. So your home country will periodically send you supplies. I didn't care for that whole game mechanic. Rather, just as far as like 1 and 2, you just mine the resources on the map and kind of go from there. But other than that, the gameplay was okay, more or less. But I mean, as far as like games coming out this year that they kind of put out here, I don't know. I don't really even care for Black Ops. I haven't played a Black Ops game since Black Ops 1. I'm kind of up in the air with the Indiana Jones of I guess I'll wait and see when it comes out whether it's any good, and then I don't really care for Flight Simulator. I don't care for Flight Simulator games. I don't really know anything about Towerborn or Avowed, but probably not going to end up getting them personally myself. Yeah, I think we Yeah. I remember dropping 120 for Samurai Showdown 2 Neo Geo when it came out. So games cost 800. I mean, yeah, they used to be really expensive, though I think some of that was mixture of the hardware and it just wasn't as big as it is now. But I think as it stands right now, you're asking a lot for people to spend a lot of money. $100 on a game. At least we're economically how expensive everything's getting. That the fact if they could charge $50 for some of these games, like like Call of Duty could charge $50 for a game, $40 for a game, and it'd still make a profit because they're still going to sell millions of copies very easily. That's just them being greedy at the end of the day. Like there's no need to charge that much for the game. You've been charging this for how long, and you make a profit because you're going to sell it. That's one of those games that the casuals will definitely buy. That's one of like one or two games most people end up buying and playing. Hey, how's it going, Vulgar? Hey, what's up? To unlock skins, there is an old PS4 disc that gives you a bunch. Yeah, it's nice to get free skins, though. Not a lot of games do that now. Unfortunately, doesn't cost them anything. It's a very meh list. Oh yeah, I mean, there's like 2 games on the upcoming that I actually only really care for. Elder Scrolls 6, which I'm scared to God they're gonna butcher and it's gonna be a terrible game, but I still think it's gonna sell well at launch. Just because I'm a huge Elder Scrolls fan, and then the Outer Worlds 2 because I really like the first game. It's really short, but I really like that game. Personally, $50 for a game is the new $30 from back in the PS. I think that's ridiculous. Like $50 is not cheap for a game. Even more so now. As for Fable, the game just looks rough. Yeah, I mean it's still the game's not coming out till next year, so that still has a ways to go for development. But the release trailer didn't do it any good. I think everyone looked at the main character like, oh, you're pushing ugly female characters more and more because that's realistic, which is debatable. I think that there's such a thing as that game's too realistic. There's such a thing as a power fantasy that video games fulfill for a lot of people. But I mean, ultimately we'll see what happens. But I'm sure we'll hear more about it sometime next year when we actually get to see gameplay for it, and then we'll actually see whether or not it's going to be a good game or not. That's not cheap, but is that expensive? I would say absolutely yes. Yes, it's $50 is still expensive, even if you're charging $70 for a AAA title. Which I'm more and more finding hard to want to even spend that much money especially when it comes to PC game where it's like, I'll wait till there's a sale and then I'll buy it on cheap, even if I wait another year or two. Like there's no need to pay full price for a lot of these new games. But that's just me. I spent $70 at Walmart and I've got like 5 things of food, and you're like, I bought nothing. How am I spending almost $100? So no, yeah. I will still say $50 is expensive, especially since I'm not making $500,000 a year, even close to that. Not even close to making 6 figures a year. So yeah, for the average person, that's expensive. Maybe if you're only buying 1 or 2 games, it's not that bad. But if you are one of the core gamers and you're playing a lot of games every year, yeah, that money definitely starts to add up. I have no idea what Brandon. I hope he's taking a crap. I don't know what he's doing. I wanted to wait till he came back for some of this other stuff, but I guess I'll just move on to the next one. He's not here. But I guess the next thing, we did get an announcement. So Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope DX finally got a official announcement trailer. I turned that on and startled myself. Surprised it took them this long to get the next game. Looks like Shovel Knight, new levels, new stuff that you can do, new coat of paint. But I mean, it just looks like more of the same, which to me is a good thing. No real need to change up kind of what that game does or anything new. But I mean, more Shovel Knight's a good game. It's a really good platformer at this point. It's one of the good non-Nintendo platformers that's out. But I mean, other than that, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I'm sure Brandon might. I think the price of the game should be tied to what you get. Pay $78, you should get the whole game, no DLC or season. If it's Oh, that little heart's cutting off that thing. Yeah, a little bit free to play mechanics. Yeah, no, I mean there should be, if you're paying full price, I should have a complete. Well, the fact that you could wait 2 years, pay the same price with all the content, and it's a bug-free game, I think it's kind of funny. I don't think seasons should be involved in a game. DLC, you could not charge for DLC, and it wouldn't really be that much of a problem at the end of the day. But I guess Brandon's finally back. Hello, hello. Put your headphones on. I'm trying to talk to you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Work call.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I figured as much. Do you have anything to say about the new Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope DX trailer?
I think it looks cool. I think it looks like a really cool indie
Yeah,
game.
looks like more of the same from a Shovel Knight game, but I mean, I didn't really have a whole lot to say about it personally.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know exactly because I don't know a lot about it, but DX is usually what they would attach to, for example, a Game Boy Color game. DX, they would do
Yeah.
like Link's Awakening DX, or there's some other ones that got like DX in the title.
DX stand for?
I don't remember. I thought it was director's cut, but I don't.
According to Google, DX means diagnosis.
Well, it's definitely not that.
That's a medical definition.
There were a lot of Game Boy Color games that had the DX in the title. I think it means director's cut. So like the Link's Awakening one was, colorized, and that was like the director's cut.
According to Google's AI, it stands for deluxe.
Okay, whatever. I don't know. Deluxe, director's cut, DX. I think it looks cool.
I'm either
because
it looks deluxe or director's cut are like the two things that I'm seeing.
I think it looks like, I mean, okay, I like Shovel Knight a lot. Have you played any of the games?
I played like an hour of Shovel Knight. That's about it. I'm not a big platformer.
Really? You know, like
outside of like Mario games, I don't really care for platformers. And most of those platformers are older Nintendo games.
I mean, that's kind of what this is, like a callback to.
No, yeah, that's good about it. It's just I haven't played a lot of
there's a bunch of Shovel Knight games too, like the series. Yeah. There's like a collection you can get of all the different games. They're all different styles of games too, which is really cool. Yacht Club Games does some really cool stuff. That's a good indie studio because they take the Shovel Knight franchise, but they make like all these different games. They're all different genres of games that, are all interwoven into this Shovel Knight story. I really like it. It's always gave me vibes of like Mega Man kind of mixed with like Castlevania, mixed with Metroid, a little bit of Mario. I think it looks really cool. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm definitely like, this specifically gives me like Mega Man vibes. Watching the trailer now, I think it looks really, really fun. I love these 2D platformers like this, especially retro styled ones. Like this is my jam. These are the type of games that I really get into these days. Things that are, you don't have to invest a ton of time into, that are a little bit easier, and it's got online multiplayer too, which is really shocking and pretty cool. I'm looking at like the multiplayer sections of it. Like this would be really fun to play with a friend. That's really cool that they have. And there's like an arena too, so like there's an online multiplayer arena as well, and you can play the story.
Wasn't the original Shovel Knight online multiplayer? Or was it more like the couch co-op multiplayer?
I think it was the couch co-op, the original. Yeah, I think it was couch co-op, at least from what I remember. And there's, like I said, there's like 6 or 7 different Shovel Knight games, like DLC, and they're like different genres. And yeah, I think it's a really cool series. It looks really, really cool. So like there's an arena mode that you can play online multiplayer, and then it looks like you can play the story together with somebody online and local co-op. That would be this would be kind of fun for us to stream something like that. I was thinking the other day, man, we had a lot of fun. With you being in another state and things like that, like it was fun to sometimes get together in a game, and just play a game, and just turn your brain off and just play with a friend. Like, you know what I mean? Like I miss that. I was even telling Lucas that the other day. I think that was my favorite stuff that I've done at all with Game Junction was literally just playing games with my friends. You know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
enjoy that, man. I don't get that time away, dude. I'm a
No, it's just
parent, I'm an
everyone's
adult,
so
we
busy
work.
now.
I don't get that time. That is like, it's like the sacred time to just sit down and play a game with a friend. Like, especially when you're not, anywhere near people that you can play with. That's where, the online multiplayer comes in handy. And there's so many styles now. You don't have to play an online only game or a games as a service game anymore. There's so many things. I mean, Nintendo Switch Online, for God's sake, some of those retro games they added online play to. There's just so much. It'd be People loved like actually I'll pull it up as we're talking about it if you want to move on to the next thing. But somebody commented on one of your streams from like a year and a half ago today.
Oh yeah, that I haven't streamed in like over a year at this
Yeah, it
point.
was
Most of mine just
one of your streams somebody
just
commented
can't.
on again.
I just can't find the times to do it, which really sucks right now. Um, but no, I guess there was something small, but there's an insider that cast doubt that Gears of War E-Day will release in 2025. So the insider made by the popular Xbox social media personality Calabriel, if I didn't completely butcher that, he tweeted, "I don't think Gears is 2025. At least I've heard differently. We will see." So while that game has been announced, there's a good chance it won't be till late. It'll be like a 2026 release, is at least what I'm seeing from that. Which obviously people don't want to hear, but a lot of these games that don't have official release dates, there's probably a chance that they want to release next year, but they just get pushed to 2026.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was the first game that it happens to.
Well, here's my take. With the things that have happened, in recent years, I actually, I don't remember the game. I feel bad for forgetting the game. There was a game that I was like looking forward to and just kind of keep my eyes on, and they put a tweet out about a week or two ago. And they said, "Hey, we're going to need about like 6 more months of development time." I'm like, more power to you. Take all the time that you need to develop that game. I would much rather you, put out a polished product, something that you're proud of, something people like, than, put out a game that has a lot of problems, that needs a bunch of patches, that is buggy at launch, or I mean, here's the problem: when you launch a game buggy, and that has a lot of issues, you already lose a bunch of audience that are not going to come back for the updates. Like they're
Yeah,
just gone. And like sometimes I'm that person. Sometimes you lose me. If it's like that at launch, I don't come back. Like there's games, Redfall, for instance. People said it was way better. It got much better. I'm like, I am never playing that game again. It was such a mess. Played it it's as soon as it came
yeah,
on. Like
it's
I
too
was
bad of a game at launch. Like I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You lost me.
And it sucks because there are games like, the Cyberpunks and the whatever else. There's other games that have done it right, and No Man's Sky and stuff like that. But it's just like, and I'm not even talking about myself. Like you just lose a sector of the audience that would have wanted to play your game or
Yeah,
buy your game, and then they see from games journalism or their YouTubers that they watch that the game is a buggy mess. It's unplayable at launch, and they're just not going to play it at all, whether you update it, or not. So like I would much rather a game just be polished and good at launch and take your time. There are plenty of games to play. I mean, you're talking about backlogs of games. Like there are 50 years of video games to play. there's there's games from 2020 I still haven't gotten to. So yeah, I mean, like just take your time. Mr. Coffee said the DX is deluxe. Oh, so the other one I was thinking of too, because I played it a lot, was Super Mario Brothers Deluxe. I guess I thought it was Super Mario Brothers DX, but yeah, it was Super Mario Brothers Deluxe. So it was like a Game Boy Color port of the first
yeah.
game. So yeah,
Which is weird
anyway,
because I've seen some games just straight call it deluxe,
yeah,
not the DX.
I know it's so confusing. I don't. I just always said DX. I think I never really looked into it to see what it meant, but director's cut makes sense to me, but deluxe does too, I guess. So whatever. um, All right. What else do we got?
Uh, I don't know a whole lot about the Spider-Man. I'm not a big Spider-Man fan. If you want to talk about that real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about it either. I just saw it looks like leaks towards Spider-Man 3, potential new player apparently. Playable character, sorry. The leaks have not been 100% verified, so take the information with a grain of salt. The writer says. But apparently it was a 1.6 terabyte leak, publicized sensitive employee information, the studio's future roadmap of games, a development build for Wolverine, which is a game I'm really looking forward to, planned DLCs for Spider-Man 2, a canceled Spider-Man multiplayer game, which we knew about, and much more. So
Yeah.
there was
So from
stuff.
what I saw, there as far as that new player, it was leaked that they're expecting it to be Silk,
Oh,
which is essentially
that'd be
like a
cool.
female Spider-Man.
Yeah, I really like the character. That'd be
Apparently, she's Cindy Moon from Earth 616. Because I don't know anything about Marvel. That's what the first thing that came up.
yeah. Silk's a cool character. Um, yeah, that'd be pretty rad. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, you can actually go and watch a video of that Spider-Man multiplayer game that got canceled, and very interesting. It's kind of weird to have like a multiplayer online Spider-Man game with a bunch of Spider-Man flying around. It's
Oh,
kind of
well, I
weird.
guess it makes sense with something like the multiverse Spider-Man.
Yeah,
The
I
whole
guess it
Spider-Man point to
depends
Spider-Man
on
name.
how many people you have in the lobby and stuff like that. I don't know.
So, all right. So, what are your thoughts on a Spider-Man game where it's a hundred or it's 100 players and it's just a battle royale of Spider-Man against
Yeah,
Spider-Man?
I'm out. You lost me at Battle Royale.
That's
Uh,
that's the first thing I thought of. Like, it's an interesting concept.
I could see it. Yeah, I could see anything at this point with
Don't know how
any of them.
well that would last outside of like a game mode doing already existing.
They made a Final Fantasy Battle Royale game that was mobile. I think it's been canceled. It had to have been canceled, but it was like attached to
This at this point, it just feels like another Fortnite event at that point.
basically. Yeah, basically. A little crazy. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Spider-Man 2 was fine. It's a good game. I just felt like it was a lot more of the same. I still think Miles Morales was the best of the three. It was, like technically a spin-off or whatever, but I still enjoyed it the most. But
Fair enough.
yeah, so
Uh,
what do you think about this new Gears of War? We talked about it a little bit, whether they were going to announce a new one or not, and
I haven't played a Gears of War game since Gears of War 4, and I didn't even beat it. Didn't even get halfway through it. I didn't like it.
so Gears of War E-Day is set. It's prequel, 14 years before the first Gears of War game.
I mean, it could work. You're going back into it's Dom and then the other dude's name. Like you're going back into their history
Yeah, which
that you
we
learn about in the first 3 games, obviously. But at that point, I would really hope it feels like one of the first 3 games, like a
I
game
would
from like
hope so.
2008. Uh, but I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm skeptical when it comes to new games. The whole like, we're gonna take an old game and we're gonna make it fit for modern audiences, and you just immediately lose me if they say something like that. But I mean, it's got potential, but I mean, I guess we'll just wait and see what it actually looks like when the game actually gets closer to coming out.
The rumors are that it's not coming out next year. Apparently, there was some
Yeah,
tweets put out that it's not coming out in
like a
2025, so it's a little ways
probably
away.
2026.
Probably, and like I said, if they
It's all
need the
rumors,
development
but
time, take the
yeah.
development time, whatever. There's plenty of games coming out. There's plenty of games already out. Like it's not hurting me to. If there used to be a time where I was like, man, I really want this game to come out. I'm ready to play this game, but now it's just like, just take the time, whatever. There's so many other things to play. It's not a big deal. Like
I
it's
mean,
almost.
I want a new. I keep going back and playing the same 10 games over and over again at this point.
Well,
So
see, then there's people like that like they just play the same games and that's it. They don't care
because there's
about
nothing
any
else that's
other.
worth playing. Like that's part of the problem. It's like half the games that come out are just not even worth playing.
I don't know. I mean, I still think we're getting some good stuff, but you gotta go below surface level with finding some of the good, unique, different stuff. The indie space. That's where I'm finding a lot of games that I like.
It's not.
And
I'm just not a big indie fan for what the kind of game I like to play.
you don't like indie games?
Most of them I think are trash. Personally, I think there's a handful of indie games each year that are good, but it's like maybe 10 if that.
Dang.
To me
It's okay.
personally, like I don't care for some side scroller game. Like I just don't.
Dang.
It's just not the style of game that I like to play anymore.
Man,
Problem is, I think gaming peaked in like the 2010s at this point, and it's just been downhill like since 2016.
what are you playing? Like Hentai Waifu on Nintendo Switch or what?
That's essentially like an indie game at this point. That's the quality that you're
Yeah.
playing.
Do you remember the one game Perky Little Things I told you to look up?
I think you mentioned I've not played it.
The game store across the road has it, and there has like 4 or 5 copies of it. I think it'd be funny to buy it just to meme on it or
I mean,
something.
at least when I go to like Steam, some of my top played games, like ESO, Rocket League. I haven't played Siege in years, but it's still got a lot of play hours. Borderlands 2, Mass Effect, Skyrim, Horizon, Cyberpunk, Civ 5, The Outer Worlds, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Stick of Truth. Like that's like a lot of the bulk of the games, like that general era. Like I've got some newer games, I just don't play them as much. It feels like.
So this came across my feed the other day, and I thought it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. There is a game called Heal Hitler on Steam, and it's a video game where players try to help Nazis. It's an
Wouldn't surprise me.
anime based type of game, and it's on Steam right now.
I mean, there's quite literally games called Sex with Hitler and then Furry Hitler.
I heard
And both of those games have a sequel. Actually, Sex with Hitler has 2 sequels, which is insane.
Oh, and get demonetized.
I'm just saying these are actual games on Steam.
I know. I don't even know what.
It just proves that furries are degenerates.
Scum of society. I'm telling you. Lost that whole sector of the
I don't.
audience.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Well, I don't know. I've met some weird furries.
I have too. At conventions and doing some weird things.
To the point, I'm like, yeah,
freaking me out.
Talk with you.
Yeah, I usually try to stay away. I had like some
like
really.
You say that, I'm like, I can very easily believe it because I've seen what's on Steam. There's some weird games on there.
Well, look what's on Nintendo Switch and the eShop. My God, that's like a wasteland for degenerates. It's terrible. I'm shocked that Nintendo allows that. The way that they are.
It just means Nintendo doesn't curate their page at all.
They don't look at anything because I guarantee you pull it up right now and you look at the new release. There's going to be a bunch of crazy freaking things right there on the front page. Every single time sometimes just for entertainment, I load it up just to look at what's on there, what the new things are, and I'm like, oh my God, it's crazy. What even is this?
Yeah, I have no idea.
All right. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and jump into some topics. What do you think is the future of dedicated gaming handhelds?
I think it's just kind of what we're going on now. It's PC gaming on a handheld. I think that's just kind of where we're going. Like technologically, we're there with Nintendo first and foremost. Like it's not going to be the ideal version probably to play games, but I think that's essentially just the way we're going, and it'll just continue to get better as the technology is kind of there. It's not just you can get it's the same named game on a handheld on like on a GameCube or a DS, but it's essentially a whole different game. I think we're kind of going away from that, but I think it's a mixture of that, and then eventually it'll probably move to phones, once they have enough power. Or it's a mixture of streaming games at least to a phone, or you're buying a slightly more expensive like PC gaming handheld, whether it's like the Switch or like the Steam Deck or one of those versions.
Yeah, do you think it's a bit of a fad, or do you think this is something that is gonna.
I think a lot of the companies won't succeed long term, but I think there will be a market for it because there's already a market for it. Well, it's not big now. I think there'll be enough people that buy them it'll keep that market afloat. Especially, as the technology gets better and the pricing becomes more affordable.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing right now that keeps a lot of people out. I mean, because you look at it's not even the Rogue Ally 2, it's just the upgraded version of the Rogue Ally 1, the Rogue
Yeah.
Ally X. It's $800.
But I mean, I think first and foremost, Nintendo just proves it can work and it's sustainable. It's not going to be ideal of like a dedicated gaming console or a dedicated PC just because you can't fit that hardware in something realistically portable. But I think we're getting there where you can play decent games to some degree, whether it's scaled down a little bit or whether it's like streamed to a handheld.
Yeah, I kind of wonder because I feel like it's it's a little bit of a weird space right now because we know the Switch 2 is coming out soon, and then we just keep getting these announcements for these handhelds, and like we know a ROG Ally 2 is coming out. The X is like a kind of beefed up version of the one, more storage, like kind of generic stuff. It's like going from the Switch to the OLED sort of deal. It's not necessarily like a whole new revision, but we do know that's coming. It's like, where does a Switch 2 stand in competition with all these handhelds? Because you also got to think about these other handhelds that aren't being talked about as much, that aren't just, computers in a handheld, that are essentially like emulation devices, but are like handhelds that people are buying like all over TikTok. I mean, they're everywhere. I see them
I think
Facebook, and
I
they
think
sell
Nintendo
like
be
crazy.
I think Nintendo will be fine for two reasons. One, it's going to be cheaper than all these. It's not going to be $1,000 or $800
No,
for a handheld. It's going to
absolutely
be
not.
significantly cheaper. Plus, if you want to play a Nintendo game, which tend to be good and very popular, you have to buy a Nintendo console. That's Nintendo's going to succeed regardless of how powerful it is because it has Nintendo games on it first and foremost, and you're only going to be able to
Yeah.
play them there. Uh, so I think that and first foremost just makes it it's hard to compete against Nintendo. They might outsell it, but I think the next whatever the Switch 2 ends up being, which I assume it'll be something very similar, at least to the Switch as it is. I think it'll do just fine, even if it's not as powerful, because I don't think it doesn't need to be. People that buy a Switch that aren't buying it for their kids, and that's just going to be your primary gaming console. Most adults that buy the Switch, you're buying it for Nintendo games, and nothing else. You're not really doing anything else on it outside of gaming on Nintendo games primarily.
Yeah, I think that's why they have to take advantage of DLSS, because they need to keep the price down. They obviously can't sell an
Yeah.
$800 handheld. It's not going to fly for Nintendo.
Unless they decide to do two different versions of it in a super beefed up version.
They
They're like,
could.
hey,
I
here's a
mean,
$400 and an $800 model. But that also means all their games have to work on that lower quality game, which means
that's the
the
problem.
only
Yeah,
benefit of that higher volume would be for third party games that want to take advantage of it potentially, which I just don't
pretty
see them doing
much to
at the
get
end of
those
the day.
big like AAA games coming over there. I mean, DLSS does wonders. So I think that
But I mean, the Switch is like what 6 years old. Like
yeah,
technology's come a long way in 6 years. When Nintendo is really the first to do this handheld,
yeah,
and
nobody
everyone
else
else
is
has
doing
come
the
after.
hybrid. I
And to be
mean,
fair, that Switch is not big. There's not a lot of hardware in that Switch. It's very thin and very light compared to a lot of these other handhelds.
oh
I
yeah.
assume whatever the Switch 2 ends up being, it'll be a lot more beefier and maybe a little bit more on the price, but maybe it'll be $500 or something like that. But I can't imagine them going any higher than that.
Mr. Coffee said so many handhelds coming out. One positive is Switch 2 has the Nintendo IP.
Yeah, I think
Nint-
that's what's going to carry it. None of these other
yeah,
games can say they have Nintendo games, which tend to be very good, playable, complete games when they
and
come out.
and they're not going to be anywhere else. So like that's the big thing. Like, a lot of people,
Yeah,
we talked about it before, but a lot of people, they have a Switch and then they have another console. They have a Switch or they have a PC, like something like that. Switch
yeah.
is like their secondary console to play Nintendo games. Um, Sometimes, buy other games that you want to be able to play on the go or whatever. Like I have plenty of non Nintendo games, but like the biggest bulk of what I play on
Or
the
Nintendo
Switch is,
games.
yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. Like,
And that's the only reason I bought a Switch was for a handful of games that I wanted to play. and it was relatively affordable at $400 or $350, whatever I ended up actually buying it at.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how competitive they've got to be with it to, or if they have to at
I
all,
think it needs
because
to get
like
more.
they have
It,
failed before. I mean, you
yeah.
look at the Wii U, you look at the Virtual Boy. There's things that they've done wrong in the past, and
Well, I
that's
mean,
just
say they
a
want to keep doing games the way they're now with like some of their games, like Mario games, keep going the way they're going with the 3D games, the way they've been doing open world Zelda. I think that you're seeing the limitations of what the Switch hardware can
oh
do,
yeah, for
especially with Tears of
sure.
the Kingdom. Like just by default, it's going to be more powerful, but I think it has to just because of the types of games they clearly want to make first party wise. It needs to be able to be a little bit beefier to be able to handle some more open world shit. Or I'm sorry, open world stuff. I didn't mean to curse. I
All right,
apologize.
you're good.
Um, it needs to be beefier for them to do more stuff like that, as well as like have more stuff in the game and be able to render stuff a whole lot better. I just don't
Yeah,
know exactly how powerful it's going to be compared to some of the other things. I don't know if they're willing to potentially take a slight loss in sales just to keep it, affordable.
well, see, that's the thing. They're the only company that doesn't lose in their console sales, and they haven't for a long
Yeah, but
time.
it's also not like they're not putting in this super high end
Right?
hardware that they
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
find
Yeah.
potentially, and then
Yeah.
hoping they can make the money upon the sales. I assume they're not going to do that. It probably still won't. I assume it'd be better than the current version of the Steam Deck, but some of these other handhelds are probably still be more powerful, but it'll be significantly cheaper and it has Nintendo games on it.
I wonder if some of these new handhelds coming out and the ones that have just, like recently dropped, like the Steam Deck OLED and the ROG Ally X and stuff like that, is why we might not be getting the Switch this year. If there's like maybe some other stuff
I
going
don't think
on behind
Nintendo
this.
I don't think Nintendo sees those as much of a competition, really, realistically.
I do know
It's
that
a whole different market.
they 100% want to get more third party AAA games on board on their console. They they
But they
they
have
just
they
do.
have to really beef it up though. But how do you do that without making it a
That's
six,
the
seven
problem.
hundred dollar console?
That's the problem. I mean, I don't a DLSS I think is like it's all AI based. It's cheap to
Yeah. I
do.
mean, I
It,
assume we're gonna
d-
have some kind of proprietary hardware that it was developed just for what the Switch is gonna be. But I don't know how they're gonna take advantage of it when it comes to DLS or AI or stuff like that to overcome slightly cheaper hardware to keep the price down, but you still want it to be beefy to play a lot of modern games or like a lot of modern third party games.
Because I mean, I would love to be able to play more of the AAA games on the Switch because I love to play in handheld.
Yeah, but
It's
even something
easier for
like
me to play in handheld.
Skyrim still it plays well because it's a 2011 game, but it still doesn't play as well like if you're playing on like a PS4
Yeah,
or an Xbox One or something like that.
like The Witcher, like it's playable,
Yeah,
but it's not great. It's
it's not
definitely
the ideal. Like if that's all you have, it's good. But like if you have another console or PC, you're just gonna play it on one of those.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm curious to kind of see where this handheld market goes because I mean we're still pretty early in it, but we're seeing all these other like the AO Neos and the like AO Neo just announced like two more models of their handhelds again, and like all these other companies are releasing these handhelds. They're just selling like crazy, man. Like you type in like gaming handhelds, there are so many things that come up, and they're just like all selling like crazy. And then I just saw a the Delta emulator that you can use on your phone. There's a controller case that you can use for it. It's really interesting. Like the controller part of it is on the back of the case, and like you take that off, you flip it over and put it like on the front of your phone, and then you have like
Yeah,
actual controls for the to play those games on your phone.
yeah.
It's very interesting. Very
I think
interesting.
the only other question is, do they do something along the lines of we still want to do the handheld, but we make something like the dock a little bit more beefier when it's actually plugged in, to where you
Yeah.
can play third-party games and first-party games a lot better. Obviously, Nintendo games have to be playable on a handheld, but is there a significant beef up when it comes to the actual dock itself? Like, here's the base model, but hey, here's a little beefier secondary dock that you can get that will significantly boost your capability to play certain games at higher resolutions and
Yeah,
stuff like that, which might say, hey, well, you can play this game, but it has to be in docked mode or something like that.
yeah, I can see that because the dock now basically has nothing in it. It's really
It
just
just held it.
it's
Just
a
ports
charging
it.
device and with an HDMI out. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no tech in it. So I could see that, and I thought that for a long time. Like wondering if like they would put some hardware actually in the dock to enhance the dock experience.
But I don't.
So like you have a better experience docked, and then you've
But I mean,
got
I guess you need some way to still have to play these games mobile, so there still has to be a scaled down version of some of these games when it's on a handheld version.
like what would you add into the dock to beef it up when it is docked? Just more
I don't
RAM?
know.
I mean,
Like you need more than just RAM, but just the ability to, at the very least, upscale to at least it outputs 4K instead of like I assume the handheld would still do something like 1080, and just the ability to just play at a higher, like the game loads faster, it plays better, you can render stuff a lot better. Like I assume it has a version of a some whatever arbitrary version like a motherboard with more RAM, more storage, just more memory, and the like some version of like an additional graphics processor and and CPU and stuff like that. But
yeah,
that gets real expensive real quick, and I'm not an expert. I assume there's complication. No idea how you would actually implement that and it not get super expensive real quick, or
yeah,
even if it's
that's the
doable at
problem.
all.
That's the
Outside
problem.
of maybe potentially just having the ability to you have some AI that just upscales it to 4K.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like I'm trying to think about it, like what they could do. I mean, I think they're not necessarily going to be able to compete with those handhelds because those are computers and a handheld
But I
essentially.
think it's Nintendo. Like they've done well with the
They're in
Switch,
their
and
own
they're not
lane
they
anyway.
weren't competing with the Xbox and PlayStation, which obviously had miles ahead when it came to just raw power, computing power. And the Switch has sold, arguably it has a chance to outsell the PS2, which is insane.
Yeah, yeah, that is pretty crazy.
I think it just shows you just need good. They just need good games and a hardware that can do what they needed to do for the next 6 to 7 years till
Yeah,
the next system comes out.
and for me, like I just I don't care that much about as long as the game's good. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Fun
I mean, power
gameplay.
is good to be able to render and display what you need to display, but they're not going for hyper realistic. They've got their own art style with works with what they have to work with. And I think it does well. Like, not every game needs to have this hyper realistic, Call of Duty, Black Ops type graphics. It can just be a fun, enjoyable game. It works within
Yep.
the limits, and is I think that fallacy of it has to have this high end power is just that. It's not. Most gamers just want a good, fun game, and you don't need top end 4090 with 100 GB of RAM to do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I agree. They've done well staying kind of in their own lane, doing their own thing. They've got a very dedicated audience of people.
Yeah,
Nintendo fans are just different. Like it's just they've got that audience of people. They do so well that if a gamer buys a PS5, they're probably going to have a Switch too, or if they've got a PC, they're probably still going to own a Switch. So
yeah.
it's like that. A lot of people say, like it's like their secondary platform or
Game,
whatever.
yeah.
So
So you want to play a Mario game, you want to play a Zelda, you want to play a Nintendo, you want to play a Metroid, you want to play like Mario Kart or Smash Brothers, you're gonna have to get a Switch. You're not gonna be able to play that anywhere else. And there's a lot of people that want to play those games,
can
as well as
we?
the family market that wants to buy a console for their kids, and the Switch tends to have more family friendly games, and it's just far more more affordable and cheaper when it comes to young kids and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think we also should mention that today makes 7 years since Metroid Prime 4 was announced.
So what, 5 years since they scrapped and restarted development?
Say something like that. Yeah, they
Which
gave
means
us
it's
the.
realistically been in development for at least, probably a good 3 years of actual proper development on that game at this point.
I mean,
Because you got to think, 2 years they scrapped it. They said, "Hey, Rare, it's your game now." Well, Rare had to hire people, had to do probably a lot of pre-production before it even goes into production. So it's at least a year of them, planning that out, probably more. So I assume it's at this point it's going to come out next year, and it'll probably be a dual release with whatever the Switch 2 is at this point.
Yeah.
But I assume
Interesting.
that pretty much
7 years.
I assume all first party games for Nintendo have gone into full development. Like, yeah, you're pretty much coming out for the next console.
Yeah. Well, so I asked this on YouTube. It just marginally was no, just barely. But I asked if if people think PS5 Pro is going to come out this year. What's your thoughts on that? It was almost equal, just barely over on the no. I think by like 1 vote. So
Does it even really need a Pro upgrade though?
I don't know. Did you hear they removed the 8K from the box? Did you hear about that? That happened this week. I forgot about that. They removed
Anything?
they
Is anything
removed the 8K from the box. It should have never been there.
Who even has an 8K display? Like realistically, pretty much
It
nobody.
barely plays native 4K 60. So it just
It
is
doesn't have the
crazy.
hardware.
Just crazy to me. Yeah, they removed that from the box. I bet there's a lawsuit situation involved in that.
Then again, I still think 4K is overrated compared to just
1440 or
1440 or 1080.
I'm a frame rate guy myself. I think
The frame rate looks a lot better, but like when it comes to 4K, I'm like I've seen stuff in 1080p and 4K. It's negligibly better because if it wasn't natively made for like 4K, it doesn't really matter. And I don't care. I'll still watch shows from the from the 80s and like it looks just fine in its old 4:3 resolution. Like I don't really care.
It doesn't matter to me that much either. It's not something.
It's one of those things where it's the same
If
thing.
it's like a new movie, like say the Godzilla Kong movie, like yeah, I would absolutely want to get that on the 4K Blu-ray, right? Like that it was shot in 4K. But
I don't
for
care.
things that were upscaled and most things I just don't care.
As long as it looks okay and it's a good story and it plays fine, that's really all most people care about.
Yeah, I agree. All right, what else do we got on topics?
Do you have a toy or action figure line or series that you collect or would like to? That's the next topic.
Yeah, I got one. Do you?
I've got some in the back of my mind.
Street Sharks. They're ones I've been looking for at every single convention I went to last year, and a couple of them did have some. They're very expensive, way more than I'd ever pay. I had them as a kid, so it's a toy line that I've wanted to collect all of them for a while, and they're too much.
Fair enough. Can't say it's a cartoon that I ever got into.
God, I love it. I think it still holds up. I showed my daughter it not that long ago. It's still funny. It's got a lot of adult humor, things I wouldn't have understood then, but tackles like some pretty serious topics too. It's a good show.
I'll just give her some cow and chicken to watch.
I wouldn't mind getting some like I don't know, maybe some like Yu Yu Hakusho figures, statues, something, Rurouni Kenshin, like one of those would be pretty cool. But that's not really a line of like toys or figures or whatever. I guess that's usually with anime, it's usually like statues, things like that.
Yeah.
Um,
or like PVC models and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but those get fairly expensive.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous. But
they make money. There's usually like a limited amount and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People have to make money. But I don't know. For me, it's like I was into it for a little while, but I haven't really done it in a while. Bought a kit in a while, but I want to get back into doing the Gunpla models and stuff like that. I used to do some real cheap, easy ones a few years ago.
Perfect grade.
Yeah, I think that's like the lower grades and stuff like that, the cheaper ones. But I want to get back into actually doing building Gunpla and stuff like that, just because I'm a really big Mobile Suit fan.
Yeah, I saw somebody had it for sale in a Facebook group. It was the golden. Let me see what it was called. They were selling it for like $6,000. I'm pretty sure it sold. Let me I don't know. It was an all gold. Uh, they had $6,000 on it. I'm pretty sure it sold in the Facebook group. People are putting it's like a holy grail.
If it's going for that much.
I mean, they get expensive. I think they're cool. I used to do them too. I used to build those.
I mean,
growing up.
for Gunpla, like the entry level is not that expensive. Like you can get some of the cheap
No,
models for
there's like
15, 20 bucks.
Yeah, there's like $20 models.
But then you get some of the higher grades. Like there's a Gundam Seed, Destiny, the Strike Freedom Gundam, Bankai, Spirits kit. It's going for like $161 on Amazon right now.
I remember the first one I ever got, but I cannot remember what it was called. But it was that red. It was that. What's the name of that?
The red Zaku.
It might be.
So
It was like all red and black. Trying to look here.
I was trying to think.
Yeah, he's all.
Because a lot of them are fairly similar. I guess just
a lot of them are very similar. He was red and black. I can't remember. I think it was from Mobile Suit. It might have been from.
Is it
Wing.
Epion? That's the only red and black one I know from Gundam Wing.
Let me see.
That actually just has that 2-color palette more often than not.
I'm trying to see if I can find the one that I had. Wait, is that it? Yes, this is it. Let me see if I can get a name though. It is Astray Red Frame Revised. All I know is I got it at Hobby Lobby because I did these with my dad for a little while. But this is the exact one.
It's a Stray Red Frame Gundam, pretty much.
Yeah.
Stray. I was trying to figure out.
This is the exact.
It's got like a samurai sword essentially on the mobile suit.
Kinda more like a shield and a gun.
That's front.
I can't send it to you in the chat on here.
No, because you just said Gundam Astray, the red frame one, and that's from Gundam Seed Astray. I think that's a spin-off of Gundam Seed.
That can make sense. I mean, it was a long time ago.
No, that's a spin-off manga. Yeah, no, it's a side story manga set in the Seed timeline. Takes place concurrently with the first series.
And then I remember getting let me see if I can look up from Zeta as well. Can't remember what that was called. It was like a pretty generic.
Generic.
Yeah, I mean it was like a cheaper one. I think it was like $40 or something. Zeta Gundam. I think this is it.
Zeta Gundam.
Yeah.
Gotta pronounce it right.
I mean, I don't see the exact one that I had.
I always got the pretty good show.
It is I liked it. I've seen more and more people these days knocking a lot of the Gundam, different Gundam anime, and they're like, "Oh, this is the only good one. This is the only one I care about." Blah blah blah. Gundam Wing is terrible. Gundam Unicorn is terrible. I only like Mobile Suit Gundam. Everything else is trash.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm in a bunch of Gundam groups on Facebook, and
I think Gundam Wing's arguably one of the worst Gundam that's out there, personally. But it's far from the worst.
I don't think it's amazing. I am nostalgic for it because I watched it all the time on Toonami. Well, I still like it, and I've rewatched it. I still liked it, but it's not my favorite.
Until I was an adult, I only ever really watched Gundam Wing, and then late teenage.
That was all that was on Toonami was Gundam Wing.
Yeah, but once they showed other Gundam, but I never actually watched them. But as a late teenager, I watched Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny. But that was like, I didn't watch any other Gundam until I was like a full-grown adult and stuff like that. And the more of like the Universal Century, like the OG Gundam, Zeta, was it Double Zeta, Unicorn, Char's Counterattack, the Origin, and stuff like that. Unicorn, Thunderbolt. I've grown, and then obviously all the spin-offs. I've grown to prefer the Universal Century, but it's like the only timeline they've actually like developed more than like a single spin-off. Everything else is just an alternate universe, one series. That's it. Let's go on to the next one.
You know what models I used to build with my dad? More than the Gundam. Way more. I got them all the time because I was obsessed with the show. Zoids. I remember the very first one I got was was that big boxed Liger Zero. I don't remember the scale size, but it was like it was a pretty big one. Um, and then I got whatever that saber tooth looking one. I had to look up what his name was. Oh yeah, just Saber Tiger. I got that model as well. 172. Um, Chaotic Century Blade Liger. I got that as well. That was like Liger Zero getting powered up, turn blue, and all
That's
that
a
jazz. I had a
that was
bunch
a really
of
good
those.
series.
I loved Zoids, and I actually built those on my dad. See, my dad grew up and did it while I was a kid too, for years and years, up until I don't know. I don't know if he stopped. Like, he was already into model cars, like building models, model jets, model cars, all that. So that was like something we sort of connected on. And so when they started making these like model kits that you could get here, because Gunpla was around for a long time, but I don't know how like early you got into it. But we used to go to Hobby Lobby because he was already, into building models and stuff all the time. They started getting those sets in there. And the craziest thing is, I even got Dragon Ball Z model kits and bought those, like, and it was like a thing where like every other weekend we'd go in. If I was doing good in school, got my stuff done, whatever, was going in and we were getting model kits. I remember getting a Vegeta model kit, battle damage Vegeta model kit. Got a Frieza, a Cell, a perfect Cell model kit. But yeah, we got a ton of Zoids. I must have had like 9, 10 of them, whatever, everything that Hobby Lobby had at that time. But yeah, like I said, I got some of the Gundam as well. And then there was another show too. I'm trying to think of what was the other show with the mechs that I got.
I'm
Model
not
kits
sure.
on it. It was on Cartoon Network too.
Though it's
Dang.
not on sale according to this watchouts.com website. If you're that big of a
Whoa.
Zoids fan, there's a Seiko Zoids Blade Liger 40th anniversary collaboration limited edition quartz chronograph watch for $660.
Can you send that to me on Facebook? Because that's my special number.
$660 for a
I
thing that's
thought
not even on
I
pre-order, and
thought
there's
you
a
said
limited.
666. Oh, that's my lucky number. Um,
Or
yeah,
maybe I don't know,
yes,
because I saw
send
another
that
one
to
that
me
was about
on
the same
Facebook.
price
I want to
that was
see that.
like sold out.
I was just looking on here. That Liger Zero, the exact model I got, because it was the first one that came out here. Obviously, it was like the main Zoid.
I'm not,
$150 for a sealed one on eBay right now. That's sold.
I don't know.
That's
The website's confusing. They said expected arrival end May to June of 2024 updated, but it says its pre-order is not available, so I'm really confused. But they were only selling like 300 of these watches.
yeah. I'm gonna send you this Liger on Facebook here in a minute, but
Oh, I guess you
yeah,
could buy it on eBay. There's some on eBay for like 800, not $900 for one of these watches.
I'm gonna throw a poll up here about Zoids. Keep forgetting
It's a lot of money.
to
That's a lot
check
of money for a watch.
that is a lot of money for a watch. I'll tell you what. So I missed the email, but there was a company that collaborated with Capcom. And they did do you know the game 1943, the arcade game, and it was like on the NES too. It was the like plane game. It's like a shooter.
I
If
don't
you
know.
look it up, I guarantee you know what the game is.
The game that came up was 1943, The Battle at Midway. When I searched arcade game,
Not that. Maybe it was 1942. Hold on. 1942 game. Capcom. I would just. Yeah, it's 1942. I'm sorry, not 1943. Anyway, they made a collaboration with this like high end, very expensive watch company. It was a collaboration with this game. I'm not sure why this game of all games. Great game. I like it a lot. I still got it on NES, but it was an $800 watch, and they reached out to me to cover the watch. I've never owned like a good watch before in my life. I got the Apple Watch, but I've never owned like a normal high end
yeah,
watch.
I'm not a big watch
I
person.
I missed out on that. I would have been pretty psyched on that. So that was stupid on me. And then I actually didn't get to tell you earlier because we were kind of rushing and you took forever getting on here to get ready. Um, you're just taking your time doing your makeup and stuff.
Yeah, you wish.
Viz Media emailed us like 3 months ago to cover a season box set. I'll look up what it was. Hold on. And I was like, oh, that is
3 months.
I would have covered it too, but I was like, that's a Mark thing. Mark would have loved that. And could you imagine 15 years ago that a company that you've always loved and cared about and put out so many things that you like would ever reach out to you to cover their products? And you know how expensive, anime and manga is, of course. But it's a big box set. I'm trying to pull up the emails. It's so many emails. That's how I miss stuff sometimes, because there's like, I swear to God, 150, 200 emails a day to keep up with. It's
a lot.
It is ridiculous. And then there is multiple different email accounts. I've got, like work, and I've got the podcast one, Game Junction, my personal, but I'm just talking just straight Game Junction. There's a lot of stuff in there. I miss stuff all the time, and I feel bad. I miss out on a lot of things.
It's just hard to get to everything.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to find out what this box set was. While I'm looking this up, what is our next topic?
Something about extreme metal, which I was searching because I don't even know what that is.
I don't think
that you put in here.
Okay, you got to read the whole thing, Mark.
No, you said, what are your thoughts on extreme metal?
No,
I saw that. Like, I don't even know what that is.
It continues. Is it good for society with all this woke agenda? How about rappers?
I was about to say, I don't even know what it is.
Right,
how could I answer the second half of the question if I can't even answer the first half?
You didn't read the rest of it.
Well,
okay.
I thought I explained myself pretty well.
So the topic is about woke culture. So people that go against the grain, and not necessarily just like that genre of music, talking about all of it. Who are kind of like, anti-politically correct. Is that good? Is that what we need again in culture? Do we need people to get made
politically
fun
correct
of
for a while?
Huh?
Didn't Eminem go like
no, he got off of drugs and sucked for a long time. But he did good. He had a really good album in 2020, and another one in 2022. There was like 3 before that were pretty bad. But that was like when he was getting clean. So
what does extreme metal have to do with that, though?
Is this because a lot of that genre covers a lot of the stupid stuff going on right now. So like just any of these types of music that aren't the mainstream pop music, that are usually tied to like a sort of woke agenda thing, or play into it, or these genres of music that are going against that. That's why after that I wanted you to watch this music video and react with it.
I haven't, like 90% of the music I listen to isn't even modern, or if it is, it's not American.
Me either.
It's like
Japanese,
I
don't know, it's American stuff, but
general video game, anime music, stuff from like the 90s and 2000s.
Well, so here was my thinking with this. The reason I put this in here was because I think this medium, maybe you aren't keeping up with it in the same way. I know how you feel. I know how you feel about certain things. I feel like they're doing more to fight against that than probably any other medium is. I can't think of a TV show. I can't think of a movie. I can't think of a video game that is going against that and not like succumbing to it. That these genres of music that are, I mean, okay, so for instance, bringing up like the Eminem thing there, early 2000s, the things that he would say that weren't none of it was politically correct, right? Much better time. People weren't complaining. People weren't,
It was just
fighting and
straight
arguing.
anti-government. When he wasn't talking about his
Well, that's
messed
the
up
thing. Like
life,
I'm
it was
saying,
just
like,
straight anti-government as a whole.
yeah, and then I mean, you could bring in like punk rock. You can bring in any of that grunge, any of that's going like sort of against the grain and not accepting the crap. Because I think even at that point in time, say the early 2000s with Eminem when he was really big and really like if you if you deep dive his lyrics, man, he said some crazy stuff, like absolutely insane, crazy things about his ex-wife, about his mom, things he do to him, and got a whole song, Bonnie and Clyde, about him and his daughter, you know, with his ex-wife, and like crazy things. So like doing and saying things and putting stuff out there that is like not accepting um because there was like a whole TikTok movement to try to cancel Eminem, right? So like that's one of the things that gets addressed in the song that he did. And
Also
it's a bit
TikTok, so
well, unfortunately, TikTok has a lot of kind of power over a large majority of people, and I think is a lot of why things have started the way that they have because
I mean that's
it's a
social
lot
media as
of
a whole,
it's a
but
lot of kids now that go to college. And look, I'm very middle of the road. I don't do the sides. I hate politics. I follow what's happening, but I don't like any of it. I hate the government. Absolutely hate the government. Um, all of them. I hate every single one of them.
yes, 911.
Um, so like that's kind of my stance, and I just think that like them sort of fighting against that, like don't you said you listen to Sabaton, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like they're not extreme metal. They would be considered heavy metal.
Oh yeah, they are heavy metal.
But they have songs that are about that, like against the government. A lot of it's
I
historical.
don't.
Have you gone through their full discography? I don't like anything they've done new. I'm not into the historical stuff they do. But if you go back early, they've had several
So
singers.
like late 90s, early 2000s, because since like the mid
Yeah,
2000s they've been
yeah.
doing
They
this
have
genre.
very, very, very anti-government songs. Um, Definitely talking about current topics, things that are happening now. Yet they got all like the historical stuff, and that's not really my jam. I don't think they're bad or anything like that. I
That's
think
really
they're
all
pretty
they're.
cool.
Most people don't know them for their pre war history stuff.
See that's where I'm at with them. That's how I discovered them. But I'm not
They
saying
they
I like
became they become
dislike
a
it.
completely different band.
All right, so right now I want to have you pull up the song and video. Just obviously make sure nobody can hear it, but I want to live react with you with the song, so you kind of get why I'm bringing some of that up. So I'm gonna pull it up here. The song is Houdini by Eminem.
No, I've already got it pulled up.
All right. So I obviously like I think I sent something to you. I don't remember if it was you or Lucas, but the day it came out, it hadn't even been out for 24 hours yet, and it already had like something like 50 million views or something crazy. Looks like it's
Then it's like
2 weeks.
72.
Yeah, insane numbers. I gotta turn it off. I can't listen to the sound. I forgot, but I listened to it a few times, and you got to kind of like pay attention because a lot of it is a callback to a lot of his old videos, old songs, things that have happened, addressing like his alter ego, Slim Shady, and all that stuff. So it's really interesting. All the people in there are pretty crazy too. I gotta have the subtitles on. I can't play the
No, yeah, I
sound.
pulled it up as well.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how they
All
did
back
that with
to some of his older songs.
uh, like the entire thing is that. I mean, it's like calling back to a bunch of stuff, but like addressing a lot of the issues now too at the same time. Because like his alter ego, like the Slim Shady character, um, it's kind of you know, it's what
He took it like took him from like 30 years ago and bring him to like the modern age.
Yeah. It's really interesting. And then like the him driving in the car with Dre was from I can't remember what song, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But it's funny. Then he talks about he's gonna hit kids in the face with participation trophies. Turn them into Girl Scouts.
Like 20 years ago.
He has Shane Gillis on there. That's hilarious. There's a behind the scenes video on this where he's like, because he did all of his own stunts. It's really funny.
I think it's been a while since he put out a song, it feels like. Nice cameo as Shane Gillis.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? There's like a lot of people.
It fits.
It
definitely goes against the grain a lot.
Yeah.
If you ever listen to him, he's a really good comedian.
I love Shane Gillis. Yeah, he's awesome.
He originally got kicked off of Saturday Night Live because he's too edgy, apparently.
Yeah, I feel like artists and comedians are the only ones that are kind of fighting against sort of anything, because that's like, if you take away being able to say whatever you want from comedy, what is left to talk about then?
I mean, comedy's supposed to poke fun
at sensitive
topics anyways. It's supposed to be generally be offensive to some degree.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the type of comedy I like. I really like Dave Chappelle.
I don't know.
And they tried to cancel him, and
I do like really dark humor.
I do too.
Like, because there's a
I think it's good. I have this sort of thinking that dark humor is good. I don't know how to put it into words, but I think it can be a good thing, right? I just do. I just think he flipped off his kids.
He's got that blonde hair with his brown mustache. It does not fit.
No. And then God, what's his name? Gets in the car with him. Guy that's slept with every big celebrity female. Can't remember his name.
It could be like any number of male celebrities.
Oh, it's he dated Kim Kardashian and
it's
what's I'm talking about.
Oh my god, I know who he is.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know why I can't think of it.
No, what? No,
he was on Saturday Night Live. He was on Saturday Night Live too.
Oh, never mind. We're talking about two different people. I thought
he's right at the end of the video.
I can't remember his name. I know you're talking about it. He was not who I was thinking of.
I can't think of his name. Yeah, that was funny though. The Shane Gillis came. Were you able to listen to it though, or did you have to mute it? You had to mute it
for the most part. No, I had my desktop audio muted, so I could actually listen to it. But
yes,
obviously we're talking back and forth, so I'm getting about half of it.
Yeah, so I just think that, like, man, it would be so cool. I was kind of shocked to hear you say you don't like indie games, because like we talked about it a bunch of times, and you were like, kind of saying that indie games are what's kind of keeping the industry alive and the only people doing different things.
On what you consider indie. Are you talking about there's two guys making a game type thing?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely not going to talk crap.
Is it like a studio of like 20 people, so it's maybe like single A, which is like
8-bit legit,
edge
for
indie.
instance, they send out all their codes to me, and sometimes they're a team of one person. Sometimes they might be a team of 25 people for their games. They put out a variety of games, and like I'm all for supporting those people, that because those are the people that are doing it because they're passionate about it. They usually
Yeah.
don't make very much money doing it. It's something that they love, and when I play it, I think about that and I feel that
No, I just say
this
compared to like every Cuphead, every Hades, Hollow Knight, Stardew Valley, there's like 20 just shovelware indie games, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm not
Because
talking
while
about
there's
like the
good indie
stupid
games, there's
stupid
like
eShop
there.
stuff. Like I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about
saying
like the
there's like
so
a handful, like 5 to 10 every year, but actually really good indie games that essentially can lead a studio to become like a single A type studio.
well, see, I disagree with that. So I want to pull up on here because they deserve shout out again anyway too. They've always been really good to us, but I mean there's a lot of indie studios, and like I don't know if you're thinking of like stupid stuff that gets thrown on the eShop, but when
No, I mean,
I'm talking like, real like indie studios that are putting out new games, and sometimes these games get these physical releases from limited run. Um, sometimes these
no,
they
I'm
take
just
off
saying
like
a
Animal
lot of
Well,
them
and
a lot of them just tend to be either Metroidvania or just like a form of
there's
like
a
a
lot.
platformer, and it's just not a genre that I care for a whole lot
So
about.
so here's the newest one that they sent out. This is 8-bit legit. It's called Kudzu, and it's a Game Boy style game. I'll show you. They've sent out a bunch. We talked about it before, done videos on their stuff before on streams, but they're always putting out like these really unique games. Like I want to say about probably 4 months ago, they did yeah, I mean it's like super interesting. Look at this. I mean like straight up a Game Boy game.
Yeah.
It just super
No,
cool and
and it's
unique.
a good game. It's just not a type of game that I like to play. Like most indie games, I don't really care for.
I feel like I see for me, I don't know what it is, but
It's not that it's not a bad game. It's just it's a type or a style or a genre game that it's just not doesn't really interest me to actually go and play.
oh, that Viz Media was a Claymore Complete box set. Oh, oh,
It's definitely a show I haven't watched.
yeah. Whew, it's going for almost $400 too now. Man, daggone.
Okay.
I stay on top of the emails too. I don't know how I miss some of these. I don't know how it happens.
Because
Goes
I
to
mean,
spam or something.
technically, you could technically consider there's a game that I played recently, like there's like at least two indie games that I technically have on my.
I mean,
uh
and I'm not like saying, everybody has their opinion or whatever. I just like I have a lot of like personal friends who are indie developers,
yeah,
and
it's
I
just
think they
the
do
style
some of
of.
the most unique stuff that AAA games just don't do. That AAA games are causing the problems of putting $20 million into the game, and you're immediately making me lose interest because you're destroying the thing that I love in the industry that that I've grown up with and am passionate about, and the only reason I do this podcast and have just watched it go downhill. I mean, ever since
Yeah,
it
but I
feels
mean,
like January, everything has just gone downhill for these companies that I used to
I think it's
love.
been for a few years. They just keep making bad games because I'm like, there's old games, whether it's Morrowind or it's like a game like a Cyberpunk or Borderlands 1 or it's a the OG Mass Effect 1 type games. Like those are games that I would prefer to play, but they just keep getting worse and worse.
I get it. I get it. So I
But I
guess
mean, for
just
every bad game, I think like a Ghost of Tsushima that might be an exclusive to Sony, but it's a smaller studio. It's not like this is a big AAA studio that's putting out good games. But that'd be more like what single A studio type of game. But I mean, it's not like
yeah.
I have a handful of indie games, but they're tied to IPs that I'm already like familiar with. Like, there's a game that came out a few years recently, a few weeks or a few months ago called Hollow Parade. It's pretty much an indie style game. It's kind of like defend the castle type of game, but it's tied to Hololive essentially, which is a VTuber agency that I watch a lot of their stuff.
Man, you need to take some of that VTuber time and do some productive stuff. Yeah, you spend money on these VTubers too?
No, I don't donate money.
I'm just messing with you. Okay, so just circle back real quick so we move on to the next topic. What did you think about that video, the
I
song?
mean, I thought it was pretty entertaining. It's the first time in like a decade since he's put out a good song, if you ask me. But I mean,
I
I think if you care about this, what you want to call this anti woke, this anti
It's not so much
this
that,
left,
it's just not succumbing to bull crap. That's what I call it. I don't even like the word woke. I think it's dumb. It feels like a boomer word to me. I just don't like stupid. That's what I say. I just don't like it
I
stupid.
think there's people going against it. It's just it takes time for stuff to get traction. And to be fair, I
But
think Hollywood's been dying for a while now. They keep putting out crap and
but do you
losing
agree
money.
with me that it is only comedians and musicians that are doing that?
I think
That are
it's the
even the
easiest. It's the easiest for them to be the biggest outliers compared to movies, which take not only take time, but they take a lot of money to make and stuff like that.
I wouldn't say that it's the easiest thing for musicians to do. Comedians, it's easier. They didn't get a pass for a while. It was a problem. They were trying to cancel all the. Dave Chappelle was the big one. I think that's what sparked it with the trans joke or whatever. And I think he's awesome. He's my favorite comedian. Always has been. Uh, Very chill dude. I've met
No,
him. He lives
he's
here in
hilarious.
Ohio. Yeah, and he is the calmest dude ever. Very nice. Just absolutely hilarious. Everything that he's done or been a part of is um something that I've always liked. But I just think that the movies, TV, and video game mediums. I can't speak for books because I don't read, but I imagine there's not much being done there. Books are, but like physical books are dying anyway as a medium. We don't even have a book section at our Walmart anymore. I don't know if you knew that,
Oh,
but
mine still is not big, but then again, Walmart's never had a big book section. You go back 20
um,
years, it's not really all that all that
but
big.
it would be nice to see, like, and it would have to be like some of the indie studios in some sort of way. There's ways to do it. I mean, people are smart and clever to kind of stand their ground because they're trying to do that with games too. I just showed you that meme, and that is an accurate meme because that's the truth. That's what we keep reporting on. What's the girl's name from? Is it Kotaku or that was the big Alyssa
Alyssa
Mercer?
Milano, yeah, I think she's
Yeah, the like a
Kotaku.
big problem, like her, like
Oh,
stuff like that. I mean, like it is a big, massive problem.
uh,
So I think it's bad for the games industry, and I just want everybody to get along, man. Like just be people, be human beings, enjoy life. Like it- I think I don't know if it's people need to get off the internet, need to get off their phones. People need to
mm,
get into the
yeah, I
real
think that
world and
definitely needs to happen.
actually go out and do stuff and be in public around real people. Because I'm sorry, but you talking with people in a Facebook group is not real communication. It alters your mind and makes you think that that's the way you communicate with people.
I can't
And
remember what the actual term for it, but it's essentially you're trapped within. I think it's the concept of like of an echo chamber, and you
that's I
just
mean
keep
that's
getting
what it is.
reinforced with one
You
idea without any ability to fight back or to
you put
counter it.
yourself in your own echo chamber of people that are
Yeah,
only like you, and like there's a
and then you just hear
gigantic
the same
world.
thing that validates you know what you're
Yeah.
hearing over and over
It,
again.
and I think a lot of this problem stems from, I want to say, I mean, even I would say our generation as well. So even around the time that we graduated, a lot of these people went off to very liberal colleges, and it's just a fact. Don't, I don't care how you think, how you are politically, whatever. But a lot of these colleges are really pushing these agendas, and that's where a lot of this stuff starts. Like, yeah,
I think
I
I've
don't know if you
heard.
remember early on, a lot of the stuff happening, a lot of the rallies or what am I thinking of? It all started at like colleges, right? Like people are getting banned from coming to colleges and speaking now, and then there were riots at colleges, and like it all started at that kind of level. And it, you can even say our generation, and maybe even a few years younger, that it's a big problem. Like it's people our age, legitimately. There
Yeah.
are
No,
people
but I
younger
think
that's a problem too, but I think our age is the biggest problem. I think it's
because it's really
anybody that's
where
in their
it started to
30s.
exacerbate the problem that the whole millennial generation as a whole. But no, but I think a lot of people, I've heard some people start to talk about it. A lot of people, just in general, are what you call first level or first order thinkers, which says you're just thinking about the immediate problem with little or no consideration of long-term consequences of your actions, your thinking.
Or other
Like
people.
you're only thinking one step ahead. You're only thinking about yourself. You're not thinking about, well, if I do this one thing, how does this interact with a million other things? Because it's the same thing when you hear people talk about, the economy, like, oh, you just need to pay me more. I'm like, that's one domino of like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
few dozen different issues that affect this one thing, and you knock one over. You think it's going to do what it does, but you don't really know how it's going to, long term, affect everything else around you and how intricate everything really is in our world and stuff like that. Um,
yeah,
I just
yep,
I just think of people just don't think long term. They don't have long term plans. Like how many people have? It's the same concept of like how many people have like they plan for the future. How many people actually have savings? They don't make decisions that put themselves in thousands of dollars of debt. Um,
yeah,
are you planning for the future? Like all right, where do you see the whole concept? Where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years? Like, are you planning that far ahead? Are you making
right.
like steps and stuff like that? I think that's just another big people just are selfish and they're thinking about the immediate and what they think will solve an issue and what feels good in the moment, essentially, not what's actually better for everybody as a whole. You're just you care about yourself and how you see and view everything. And if some, I guess the other issue, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, is this is how I see and view it. If you're wrong or you criticize it, well, then I'm just going to call you, you're wrong. I'm going to call you, everything in the book to, try to silence you and your opinion because it counteracts my opinion type thing.
Yeah, it's crazy getting into it. Just thinking of like the different mediums that you know are at least the only ones I can think of that fight against it. I feel like Hollywood fights for causing more issues, both in TV and film, and obviously the video game industry is the same way, and it sucks, man, because it's a medium I love, and I
Yeah.
mean it. This is just the truth because I've seen a lot of it. I'm not saying all of it or even most or any of it, but a lot of anime is that way too. A lot of anime is that way. I see stuff about it all the time. Um, I I don't know. I don't really know what the solution is. Just like don't give in. Like try to get yourself canceled. I guess I wore a shirt to try to get canceled today. So go
I don't know.
ahead.
If you're gonna have some kind of moral framework, you need to stick to your morals. Don't give in just because it's easier to go with the flow.
Yeah, I mean we already got two nasty comments from so whatever. I just deleted them. But
No, I
yeah,
didn't
no,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
see it.
I deleted them. I just gonna stick to what my thinking is, and it's just it's a topic that dives into all the pop culture mediums, so that's why it's important to me. You know what I mean? And I think it's
Yeah.
affecting everything that I love. I mean, right down to, things like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or things that have been like established things that we've loved forever. Next thing you know that freaking Bomberman is going to be I don't know, some made up gender or something. It's going to be they're going to turn into Bomber Woman, you know? So, why haven't we ever gotten a Bomber Woman? That'd be pretty fun.
Pretty sure there are female bombers or
There
whatever the
are,
their
there
race is
are,
called.
but trying to think of what the name of the one that I know that was in Pocket Bomberman. Can't remember her name. And Jetters had the right.
Yeah, so you got Pretty Bomber, Pink Bomber, or Pretty Bomber, Pink Bomberman, Aqua Bomberman, Honey. She's not an actual. I guess those are the Are those like some of the trending ones? Like, there's a lot of female characters. They're just not all of the Bomberman species. I guess I have no idea.
Interesting. I'm so disappointed that you don't like traditional Bomberman. I was like
I
kind of
think it's
shocked.
good. I
I
just
was
think the series back in the 90s progressed to where it should have kept going, and it just feels like the modern Bomberman that we've gotten recently has just regressed to an older style that I don't think is it's good to a very small percentage, but it's never going to grow out of its niche market with the regression. I'm sorry,
yeah.
the mid to like mid 90s to early 2000s Bomberman, where it was 3D, you're in a world and you're exploring, was moving the series forward, and it's kind of stepped backwards, probably because it's just cheaper to develop.
I didn't know. I had no idea. They must move their time. But Spawn Wave, their podcast is live right now.
I guess
We've got
Brandon just muted himself out all of a
viewers.
sudden.
So
I'm so confused.
that's part of our problem right now with the views.
Hey, everything good over there?
Yeah, I was sending you a message. I'm sorry. It was just easier to do
I
that.
don't.
I couldn't type it all out, and I like lose concentration. Um, yeah. So what do we got next for topics? We got. I'm trying to get the chat pulled up. For some reason, the doc like turned into a YouTube app thing. All right. We've got Mr. Coffee says, great point. I'll say this once: the music industry in Hollywood sobered up and stopped using the stuff a lot. Creativity has dropped off. Throw in auto tune and now AI. It's slowly making it all boring. I can understand swarm mentality, but TikTok, like all the social media, is just the flavor of the month. Like how Facebook was the hotness. Funniest comment I read was Shane Gillis has a new video and Eminem is in it. Great point, because Dave the Diver is a game dev by Mint Rocket, and they're owned by Nexon, which is a huge publisher. It's video games. So yeah, I mean, some great points for sure. And thanks, Mr. Coffee, for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Um, yeah, so it's just it's a crazy long topic that could be like even its own thing, and I feel like it's no problem to address it here when it affects all pop culture, not even just video games. It affects all the things that we love, so that's when it becomes a problem for me. And I think everybody should just get along. Everything should be cool. And I don't know, go back to 2010 or 2005 or whatever, when people weren't complaining about everything and weren't stuck in a
I mean,
wormhole of social
people
media.
they were just a
they
hyper minority.
they were. It just wasn't as bad. I didn't notice it the same way. It's not the same. It was there, but it's not nearly the same.
I mean, that's whole OG Gamergate, all of 2015.
That's 2015.
It was
I
there
would
in the
say
media
2010,
decades ago.
2005, before all that stuff.
But
And
I
like,
mean,
it's funny. A little bit off topic, but not really. I've seen some so Spawncast, they're live right now. RGT85 YouTuber, he has made the comment many times about games journalism, and basically saying how he doesn't want to claim to be a games journalist. He's just a YouTuber with his own thoughts, says what he wants to say.
well, this
That's
is YouTubers
it.
not making
He'll
news
deliver
articles.
news. He'll deliver news, but he's giving his thoughts. What it's not. He doesn't consider himself a video game journalist, even though,
But
like,
I
if
mean,
you
I
look
don't
it
think
up, technically, by the terms of that, he would be. And they've talked about that before. There's been discussions on it, but it's not. I mean,
I
I
guess the
get it.
better, because I think we kind of mentioned it earlier, but if anything, the everything's shifting to the YouTubers. You're more of like a personality. Like if you want to
You
rate
are
it to like traditional
100%.
news, like if you're watching like Fox or CNN, you've got your hours where they're just doing straight news, and then they have the personalities who would come in and here's a subject and we'll talk about it for 10 15 minutes and we move to the next subject. It's not a one for one. I just use that as an example for everyone to understand, but I think that's what YouTubers are. But a lot of them are like, yeah, these are my thoughts and my personal opinions. You can think what you want, but when it comes to the game, like I'll play the game. You can see me play the game, and I'll give you my own thoughts, and then you can watch 10 other different people play the game and have their own thoughts on it, or at the very least, you can actually just watch the gameplay and make a decision, from there. But I wouldn't call it like news. He'd be more of like a personality. But you're a YouTuber, not a news agency or something like that. I think
Right.
there's still a difference.
So my background is technically in video game journalism, and I got it wasn't my start, but I guess it was what you would call my first like official credited start.
Yeah.
Was with Nintendo Enthusiasts, and that's where RGT came from. So he saw the ship was sinking with that, and unfortunately got bought out by whatever, I can't remember what big conglomerate bought out Nintendo Enthusiasts. But that's how I met him. He was also writing articles, reviewing games, and all that stuff for Nintendo Enthusiasts. And what's that big company that bought? I can't remember. Anyway, they kept the social
Viacom?
around. So, no, it was like a like a tech and video game sort of company, but they bought a bunch of places out. And now they're not, I don't think they're like really doing much now, but like they left like the Nintendo Enthusiast Facebook, and they just like repost stuff all the time. You know how like companies do that? They'll like buy out a company just to not have them as a competitor, and then they just like repost crap all the time on their
Yeah,
socials.
because like, oh, you have a install base. Let me just reshare my stuff.
Because you make a ton of money. They have like 150,000 followers.
People stop interacting with it and they start ignoring it, and then nobody actually starts seeing those posts anymore because you're posting
That's
stuff.
what's happening.
It's just news articles, and nobody's interacting with it with a news article.
Yeah, and
so it
then
might have 15,000 likes on your Facebook page, but only like you're getting like 10 reactions, and only like 100 people are actually seeing your posts.
Yeah, and
so it's pretty much a dead page at that point.
Yeah, that's what a lot of them do. They buy out those places, and then they just like repost stuff, or repost the stuff. Because I mean, if you got a significant amount of you don't even have to have a significant amount of followers on Facebook to make some decent money. I mean, even if you're just bringing in $500 a month or whatever from just reposting stuff, it's still money. It's still paying somebody. So that's what they do. They don't delete them. They just use them to spam stuff or use them as promo and all that.
Yeah,
crap.
but eventually that money dries up because
It does.
less and less people interact with it, and then the algorithm stops promoting it, and then it's just might as well be a dead account essentially. I've seen it happen to other accounts on social media where you have 150,000 people that like or follow your page, but less than 20 people actually interact with your posts.
That also has to do with frequency of you posting. Like if you're just posting twice a week, you're not going to get anywhere.
Facebook that just shows that page with that amount of content, nobody's seeing it. You're not making any money off of that. It's just
that's true. I will say to anybody, because we do talk about the content creation and stuff like that. Everybody does, and I've actually got a seminar coming up that I'm doing at my public library, doing a couple things. I'm doing a podcasting class, one on content creation, and brand marketing. And that's one of the things, one of the big pointers that I made is that people sleep on Facebook. They think it doesn't matter anymore. And legitimately, that's not the truth. And
Facebook is pretty big.
Amongst the socials, amongst the socials, people put Facebook at the bottom tier of all of them. At the very bottom. And you can look anywhere, do as much I research, and I do this all the time. This is my life. I learn about it. I'm working for other people doing their stuff, managing their things, and Facebook gives you the opportunity to make more money than almost any of those does. Instagram, you really got to be 20,000 above, and you got to be posting every single day, having something that's getting an interaction of like 500 likes at least, and the comments and the saves. Facebook, it doesn't take much. All you need is consistency. That's it. It's okay.
I guess I'll say this. People ignore it, but that's really just like the younger generations, which a lot of them still do have it, but most don't. But you think like, oh, it's just older people. That's like, if you look at like your 30 to 50-year-olds, and it's bigger than that, especially with every country. That's at the very least tens of millions of people at that age range. It's just not maybe your younger demographic doesn't use it, but still, a huge age range still uses Facebook.
That's one of the things I'll be talking about too, is that yes, for the younger generations, it's not as big. Like typically they'll still have a page, or not a page, like an account.
Yeah,
Um,
maybe to interact with family and stuff like that.
right.
But
But that's a thing that's why I think people kind of sleep on Facebook, because they think it just doesn't matter at all. So there's not quite as much, I guess, competition, if you will, um, for Facebook versus the other
I
ones
think
like
Facebook
Instagram.
just has a probably the biggest install
It
base because it's
has a
been around the
massive install
longest.
base, and yes, like the older generations, obviously, like they don't go usually beyond Facebook. There's some I do know
Yeah.
some. I know personally, and I'm friends with content creators that are 53 years old, almost 60, and do this full time, and they're on all the other stuff. But for like the general public, people just think, oh, it's just the old people, it's the boomers on
But
Facebook, but it's
you
not
think
the
that because
case.
you're trying to catch that 20, 25 and under audience essentially.
Yeah, and they are still there, and I think the biggest reasons for that are the Facebook groups, because there's nothing else like Facebook groups. There's nothing I could think of that works the same way that Facebook groups does. That you can have a niche of a niche of a niche Facebook group and have 5,000 people in it or 150,000 people in it. And Instagram doesn't work that same way. TikTok doesn't work that way. That's a complete video
TikTok's
platform.
just short videos. Instagram's just pictures and
They
videos and
actually,
shorts,
I'm interested
more or
to see what
less.
happens with this. TikTok just this week announced that they are going to have you're going to be able to do up to 60-minute videos on TikTok.
I think they
So
realize they have to grow,
because
but
long form is coming back, right? It
I don't
died.
think I don't think it ever went away.
It didn't go away, but it definitely died down. The stats are there. You can see it. It died
I think
down.
that's like if you talk about YouTube because that's like the biggest video sharing platform. I think YouTube stopped pushing it and they
They were
started
pushing
pushing more short
shorts.
term.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so
It was their
I think
algorithm.
YouTube intentionally tanked long form content. There's always been a market for long form content,
Always, yeah.
especially
And
because
I
I think a
never
lot of it
stopped.
is because I think it's what I use it for. A lot of it is I have something on the background while I do something else, so I just have something to listen to.
That's
And I think that's
exactly what I
especially with
do.
long form
And
content.
that's why I don't have a problem with that doom scrolling that people do, is because there are so many other things I could be doing that are um good or positive. There's things I could be putting out there or actually doing. I have in my brain. I don't want to just scroll and look at a bunch of people's videos. I I get why people are into that, and I understand and get the concept. That's kind of what you're doing when you're creating content for the short form side of things. But there's too many things I could be doing that are positive for me, for what I do. Um, there's already not enough time that I just don't have that problem. I'm not scroll. I just don't. Unfortunately, I don't even have the
I think
time.
it's just
I
easier to not even have that temptation available. Like if you don't have it on
I'll
your phone, you're
comment.
not gonna pull it
I'll
up and
comment
do
on
it.
my friends' stuff if I see stuff on Facebook and occasionally on Instagram. But on the other platforms, I really don't do anything at all but put my stuff there. And it is a little bit of a problem with not interacting as much as I probably should, like on Instagram, because I try to support my friends too. I want everybody to do well. If somebody's trying to do something, I want their business to do well. I want their content to do well. Whatever you're trying to do, I want you to succeed. So like I try to engage with that, and I don't do the for you page stuff, the doom scrolling. I don't do that. I just check the friends stuff, comment, whatever, because every people don't know and realize that when you leave a like, comment, save, or share, it helps that person and it's free. And if they're trying to do something and you purposely just scroll past and don't care, I have no respect for you, especially with someone that you're friends with or know or whatever. Like there is something free, simple, that takes a second of your time to do, and I see a lot of people do that, and it's unfortunate. People don't know that on TikTok you can see every single person that looks at your videos or visits your profile, every person. And the amount of people that you see that go on there that just look, it's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm not supporting you anymore either, so it's all good. It's frustrating with
I
people
also
like
just don't
that.
like TikTok.
I don't particularly like it
Isn't
either. That's why I said it's a problem that I don't do anything else on there but put my stuff on there, because I'm just like not into that doom scrolling type of get to the next video. I'm not into that. I like long form. I enjoy making shorts and doing fun things and stuff like that. But like for what I consume, it's long form usually in the background. It's a podcast or whatever. I'm always doing something else. If I can do something productive, I would much rather do that. And that's the other thing with like, having time for video games or any of the other stuff I want to do. There's just so much that I can't stay caught up on. And then my brain works in the way that I would much rather be productive than lay there on the couch, stare at a screen, and scroll through videos. Like, if I had the extra time to do that, then I would just play a video game. I wouldn't be scrolling through social media. That's just me. I know a lot of people have the problem of doing the scrolling thing and then 2 hours is gone. But thankfully, I don't have that problem because there's too many productive things I could be doing. So that's just how I am. And I know a lot of people aren't that way, but that's how my brain works. And I am thankful for that because I would much rather be productive. Way too many amazing opportunities I could have never dreamed of by just being productive and not being lazy. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of lazy people, a lot of people that don't want to do anything, a lot of people saying they're going to do stuff and they don't do it. And oh yeah, I'm going to start doing this, and this, and and I see it straight from family. I'm going to start selling barbecued Slim Jims, and 6 months later, how the barbecued Slim Jims going? Oh, I haven't started it yet, so I got to get the equipment.
Yeah.
I'm being serious too.
You're just never gonna do it.
It's just people like that, man. But anyway,
No, but
what do we got?
I guess I want to say while we were still talking about it, there's still the whole issue where Congress passed that law where either TikTok has to divest from ByteDance or essentially sell, or else it's just going to get banned in the US more or less, or it's not going to get banned. It's just because I think you could still technically, with the way the law's written, go on to a computer and log into it, but you'd have no way to access it from your phone because Android and Apple wouldn't be allowed to like have it on their platforms essentially. Which more or less would kill the app because most people aren't going to go out of their way to download it.
The other thing is it's just going to move to something else. That's it. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to remove TikTok itself. It'll just turn into something else if that's the case.
Well,
they've already got a United States. I think it's in California that they have
like a headquarters.
Yeah, they already have in the US.
But they're still owned by ByteDance, which is a Chinese company, which essentially is controlled by the CCP, so, which is what they're forcing. Because the idea is then the CCP could say, you're going to put this in your algorithm and you're going to promote this because we want you to promote this.
What I'm saying is that there'll be ways for them to get around that. Either they sell that. It would just turn into something else, is what I'm saying. Something would just replace it real quickly. I mean, TikTok is too big. The platform is different than any other platform. TikTok is just its own thing.
From what I understand about getting the whole politics and the bill, what I understand is technically it doesn't ban TikTok. It says no U.S. company can do business with them, which will effectively kill it in the U.S. It'll kill the company. It's whatever stock it's in will tank, and most people aren't going to go out of their way to get it back onto their phones or go to the web version of it. Essentially, it'll essentially kill it overnight.
That could happen. It'll just
it also means
something else.
No U.S. company can essentially advertise on the platform.
There will be a TikTok replacement so quick.
Yeah,
in the same exact format. It'll look the same. It'll be the same exact thing.
As far as Congress cares, as the U.S. government cares, that's fine as long as either Russia, China, Iran, or North Korea have no control in the company. Essentially, the U.S. is fine with TikTok if they have the control over a company.
Because that's how the U.S. is.
Social media.
Yes.
Because they want the influence. That's really all it comes down to. They don't like that an adversary like China has control over it.
Yeah, I know. And then
I know this is
the other thing
kind of old news at this point. But
it is. And the other thing is, too, that the whole, TikTok is spying on what you're doing with your phone or whatever. Every single social media app has the exact same functionality as TikTok. Does the same thing.
Yeah, but it's okay when the U.S. government does it. It's just not okay when the Chinese government does it. That's really the semantics of the argument. What it comes down to.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's like it's a whole thing. I'm curious to see what happens, but I mean, it's just like I've watched a bunch of videos of people talking about it, and like I thought the same thing. It's just very
I mean,
quickly
you're
going to
not gonna.
transform into something else that'll.
I
I
mean,
mean,
they're challenging it in the courts, and even if the challenge fails, they still have like, a year to like 15 months or something like that. Some ridiculously long time to essentially sell. Mainly because it takes several months to actually sell a major company if they decide to move forward with it.
yeah, Mr. Coffee brought up really interesting points. He said Facebook was smart to acquire specific companies that helped it stay
Oh, like
relevant. A lot of people use WhatsApp around the world, and that's Facebook. And then
yeah,
he
I
also
mean, Facebook or Meta also owns the Instagram platform. I'm
yeah,
sure they own a
and
few other things.
Threads. They own Threads as well.
Yeah, I think
Um,
Threads is a failed attempt to
I don't know,
overtake
man.
X.
I'm telling
I
you
don't
that
know that many
I
people that use
doing
it.
about 100 times better on Threads than Twitter. I've
Well,
been
it's
on
a
Twitter.
newer, it's a smaller platform, but it's not going to overcome what X
It's not.
is.
No, it
It's
won't
too
do
much
that.
of an install base.
And then he said it's interesting that, and this is a very good point. I've gone very in depth researching this, but he said it's interesting that TikTok in China is something very different there. It's a learning tool and can only show and promote educational videos, which is insane how different it is
I
here. I have
I
seen.
I guess I've heard of that. I can't verify mainly because I'm
Would
not in
you can
China.
just look up? You can just
But I
look
mean
up some
that also
videos
makes
on it.
sense because the every
Chinese
company,
government is
every Chinese company has to have a member of the CCP or essentially some political figure within their corporate
yes,
structure,
yep.
fairly high up. So of course the Chinese government's going to force them to promote what they want them to promote. Uh, but I mean, I think the whole short form content's just brain rot, whether it's TikTok or YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or something like that. I think short form content in general is just brain rot. Then again, I agree with some other people that have talked about the whole concept of a rage room. I think is not good or healthy for a person just to go smash some stuff. That's a really unhealthy way to let out whether it's anger or stress or something like that.
What the heck are you talking about? Erasure? What?
I think it's the same concept of just general stuff that's just not healthy to do. From whether it's doom scrolling,
Are those
short
even
form
still
content.
around? Are rage rooms still a
Yeah, they
thing?
are.
Oh, sorry, I haven't heard
Yeah,
about
they
that
are.
in forever. I've never
Oh,
actually
because
seen one.
it's not a new thing that people talk about. That's
They
been
used to
around for
piss
a
me
while.
off because they'd go and bust up perfectly good CRT TVs.
Oh
It
yeah.
makes me so angry. Oh my god, they're getting harder to find by the day, man. Now the common ones are going for good money. It's
I think
crazy.
that was an inevitable thing. Like I
Like
think maybe you'll find
the low end models are like going for good. It's crazy. Like
well
it shifted in
they
like
haven't been
5 years
produced. They haven't been produced in how long?
since like
Or have
2008. I think was the last one.
like maybe you'll find some small company that'll produce a handful
There
and kind of keep
are
it around, but
there are that you can order in China. However, they're not actually new. They are repurposed boards put into a new frame essentially, and they're very
yeah.
low quality. Very
Oh, it's also
they're
you
not.
said China, so that
Yeah.
doesn't everything made in China
but
is kind of
but
cheap.
there is no company actually making actual CRT technology, but
Yeah, so
they have
either
repurposed boards that people are buying and using for like
yeah.
arcade cabs and
So
stuff
either
like
you're
that.
gonna just eventually they're just gonna run away because eventually you're gonna it'll be harder and harder to fix them, or you're gonna have a small company or a major company that just has like a small portion that makes those. But I think eventually, probably like 50 years, CRTs are just not gonna really be around anymore. They'll be extremely rare.
Yeah, I mean they're getting harder by the day. I mean,
But
every day
we
I'm
all knew that
sure.
was inevitable.
Yeah, and the thing is, like nobody really thought about that then when the transition was being made, and like I'm a big CRT guy now, but I didn't recognize or realize, and I also didn't know that there's absolutely zero latency, and that these retro games are literally designed around how that CRT displays the image. So
Yeah.
all of that, the pixels are fit in with the TV, just everything is exactly made for a CRT TV. And there's so much to it. And there's people that play, new games competitively. I know people that have their PS5s hooked up to a PVM CRT, absolutely zero latency, looks fine,
Either
play
you're
it
gonna
very
have a
playable,
really either you're
very.
gonna have a really niche market of CRTs come back around, or you're gonna have to get really good at emulating these old games to play them on modern displays.
I mean, I think so. The closest that we've got is the newest OLED technology. Like, I'm talking like the high end, the like $1,500 plus OLEDs, like the Samsung. I think it's called like the C4, C3. Those are the closest that we're getting. Like those black levels that CRTs have, that LCDs just absolutely cannot emulate at all. If you look at comparisons, LCD TVs are so freaking ugly. They make every image look ugly. You can watch a 4K Blu-ray and it looks terrible. That terrible transition, but we didn't know, and they're thinner and they're more convenient, so like it makes sense. But it
Oh
goes
yeah.
beyond just the retro gaming. Like there's so many things that they're used for, and it's insane. And the PVMs and the BVMs, all those professional monitors are just
Yeah.
getting at this
No,
point.
I just want to say because over on Twitch, living 80s kind of came in and said Big Brother's always watching in some way. That's what we were talking about before. But he said still I still have the Zenith 27 console TV. I
I
remember
brought that.
Zenith being a major, or at least a brand that I recognize from CRTs.
I've got a small 7-inch one over there. They brought up the retro sync. Yeah, I have the 5X Pro. I want to get that 4K. Keep selling out, and also right now I cannot justify the cost of it. Although I know it's an amazing device. I will say this: 5X Pro is great. Works very well. It does the job. It's also pricey, but it still doesn't replace the CRT for me completely. But it's a great option, and the reason I really got it was for recording and for streaming and all that stuff. It works great for that. So you can play, those original consoles with that hooked up stream. You don't have to worry about anything. So that's my favorite part, and mostly what I use it for. It's hooked up literally right here. I don't even use it like on the TV or anything like that. I just, at this point, if I'm playing an actual console, playing on the CRT, a lot of times just playing handheld. So it's a lot of handhelds right now. It's the easiest thing to pick up and play. So we've got, oh, lost the notes. So this was an interesting one I thought of, just because of a lot of the things that they're doing. What is your interest level in Lego?
I have a passing because I like to put stuff together. It's just for the kits that I want, it's expensive. As in, you're
That is my
chilling
answer.
out a few $100s for the stuff that actually matters. Oh, you can buy this $50 one that'll take me like 20 minutes to put together, and that's just not fun to me. Like I want to spend a whole afternoon building something that's large, a few thousand pieces, but it's expensive. That's my
It's
only issue with Lego.
Yeah, it's very expensive. That the reason I brought it up is because there's been a lot of sets the past couple years that I've really wanted to get. They're just, I cannot justify the cost. They put out a Batman animated series one where it was the entire backdrop. I want to say it was like $600 and still sold out. But also the NES one that they did, the Atari 2600, the big Bowser that they did. And then they did that big question block that like unfolded and showed Super
Yeah,
Mario 60, like all those. I would have loved to have gotten those. I think those are amazing, like really good sets. Very expensive. They're just so much.
like I've got a X-wing. I didn't buy it, but it's like $150 when I put it
Do
together.
you
And
remember the
it's
Star Destroyer? Do you remember
yeah.
that? It was like $1,000 or something
Oh, the
crazy.
the Super Star Destroyer,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
because my
big,
brother's got that. It's massive,
massive, and
like
it was.
several hours to put together.
I had it circled in. I used to get the Lego catalogs all the time, and
Yeah,
the magazines, and circled and wanted it. I would have
like
never got that ever.
that's the biggest problem. Like I
It's
want the stuff that I want at the very least. I'm spending $200 to $400 on the lower end stuff that I would
it's
want to get. It's
just
just too expensive.
it is, and I mean to justify for what it is, I can't do it. Um, it's too much. But I mean I love what they do. I love their products. I've always been a Lego fan. I've loved Lego since I was a kid, and I never kind of outgrew that because there was always something that they were doing that I liked. I used to love the medieval sets, so like the early like Legos where it was like their series, like the pirate sets and the medieval sets and stuff like that. And when they started doing Star Wars, that daggone Star Destroyer, I wanted it so bad. It was also kind of the ugliest thing ever. It was just all straight gray. It was
That's
just
what a
all
Star Destroyer
it was
is.
just all straight gray bricks. I mean, like there was nothing unique to it.
I think
But
that's one of the things I was looking into about wanting to get back into Gunpla was, I mean, you have a wide variety of quality, but even in the higher end stuff, it's nowhere near as expensive as like some of the higher end Lego stuff. It's just cheaper,
yeah,
plus the models, even some of the bigger models, don't take up the amount of space that some of these massive Lego sets take up.
huge
Like
man.
if I had a super Star Destroyer, even a regular Star Destroyer, I don't know where I'd put it right now.
I mean, that's the thing. Like there's a holy grail item that I've been looking for years, and it's the USS flag from GI Joe. It is massive. Significantly bigger than that Star Destroyer. If you look it up, huge. I'm talking the box that it came in. The box itself was like 5 feet. Like huge, 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 and it's one of the like grails of toys. Period. I think I've seen one in the past like I don't know, at least 5 years of going to conventions. I saw one, it was missing a ton of pieces. It was real bad off, and they still had like $400 on it. And I was like, oh my God. I've been looking for that thing forever, just hoping like one day I'd find one at a yard sale or something. And even if I had to piece it together or whatever, but it's it's one of those things I've always wanted. I've wanted that since I was a kid. I've always loved GI Joe. I think it's a really, really cool set. Uh, but it's just yeah, it's just too much, man.
I see people
Just
talking about they want like an official like a Gundam Lego, but I'm like, you're just never gonna get that. You have Gunpla for that, which arguably looks
yeah,
a thousand times better.
I can't I can't see them doing that. I mean, I also couldn't have seen them doing some of the things they have done though. So
Yeah, but I mean, Sunrise already has their whole Gunpla model line, which is what they advertise. Why lose sales and give it to Lego when you could just profit completely off of
I
your
feel
own
like it would
stuff?
be two different audiences though, and then maybe it could be still a mixture of both.
I don't know
Like
how
I
it would
don't know.
work. The problem is like if you want it to look good in Lego, it'd have to be big, and it's gonna get real expensive real fast.
Yeah,
Like
that
the small stuff just wouldn't look good with Legos without them making wholly unique pieces for it.
yeah.
I don't know. I just don't think it fits as far as like some ideas people talk about.
I really, really, really like those Mario sets too. I have a couple of the smaller ones, just like the pretty cheap ones. Like I've got if I can grab it real quick. This is just one I've never even opened. This is just like a mystery one, like with the minifigures. But I really like the sets that they're doing for these. I think they're
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cool, and they've got the Sonic ones too. I really like those.
I think they're Legos for like what you're getting. It's so overpriced. Like the one that I really liked was the whole NES Lego setup, which isn't that big, and it's like $250 or something like that.
Yeah,
And it's like
that
there's
was the
not a
one I wanted the
that's
most.
so overpriced for like the amount of Legos that you're actually putting together. I'm like,
Put
that's just
Let's put
not.
it this way: it's
Ugh.
more than buying the system. The Atari 2600 one, it was the same as 250 or $300. You could buy three Atari 2600s for that price.
But I
That's the
mean, one of their
problem.
sets, like their Adventures with Interactive Lego Mario, which is nothing. It's like $50. I'm like, that's such a ripoff.
I know because I've been looking at a bunch of those Mario sets because, like I said, I really like those. I think they're really
For
cool
like
that you
the
can build
amount
all
of
the levels and
actual Lego pieces in that set, you're like, they're just overcharging because of the IP. There's just nothing there. That's like actual like it's like maybe $10 worth of actual plastic.
yeah, I just can't justify the price, and it sucks because, like I said, I like a lot of stuff they're doing. They're getting a lot of really cool. Like they announced that Animal Crossing set, and I will say this: I will find a way. I will find a way. I already know it's too much, but I will get that Zelda set. Absolutely have to get that Zelda set because that is like something I've kind of always wished for. I think that's perfect. I like exactly how they're doing the set, and it's kind of a combination of Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild. I think it's super cool. But like, yeah, I mean, like they're doing an Animal Crossing set that fits. That's super perfect. I mean, get having Mario and Sonic, like they're getting all these really
I
cool
saw this like
IPs, and
they've got the Nook Cranny and Rosie's house set. It is not that big, and it's like $75. I'm like, for what? There's like
yeah,
500. It's like a 500-piece set. There's like, come on.
it's crazy. I can't
It's
remember if they
two
put the
really
price
small
out for that
houses.
Zelda one, but
I'm like, this is like, let's be fair. Like these Lego pieces are just plastic. Like they're just profiting so
that's
much off these sets.
that's yeah, that's my problem. Like in my brain, I can't justify that for just plastic. Like there's, you know, it's a completely different thing. But like those three Sega figures they put out that I showed you, those are like $10.
Yeah.
That's a what do they call that when you it's like a buy, like a cheap buy or whatever that you those are super cool. That's $10 for those classic retro, video game characters. Something I never would have thought we got. But if that like came out for Lego, if like the Altered Beast opening scene came out, it'd be like 200 bucks or something crazy. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's just plastic, man.
Like that's the thing. I was just like, I know I'm getting ripped off here.
Yeah, yep. I know I'm getting ripped off too, and I
At
do
least
not
because
like.
all the enjoyment is in putting it together. Like I'm not gonna do anything with it once it's built. So I'm just like, it's just not worth. Like that's the
Yeah,
one
you
thing why
just
I
put
just
it
don't
up
buy
on the
Lego.
shelf and it collects dust after
Yeah.
that.
Like
That's the problem.
all the joy is actually putting it together. Like that's the enjoyment that I get of it. Then I've got a
Yep.
nice little shelf piece, but sometimes it's like that's just really expensive for not a whole lot. Sometimes
Yeah, I know. I feel the
for like an
same.
hour's worth of work, I'm gonna spend $70. I'm like that's I can't justify that to myself. At the
So
very least, if I spend $70 on a video game, I can get at least several hours of entertainment, like 20 hours.
yeah, see that's the thing, and I do that in my head. I compare like what can I get the most value and time and entertainment out of. And, like
Yeah,
I build the Lego set, I'm not going to build it again. That's the thing. I
yeah.
just spent all that money. I'm not going to take it all apart and build it again. I'm just not. So,
No.
uh, what is a retro video game console you'd like to own that you don't?
I guess that's a tough question. It's not. I don't know. I think I've got to pull up. I think we've talked about some of these older ones just
The
because they've got a handful of games.
PCFX.
Maybe that for like a handful of old games that I don't even know
There's
if I'd
like
actually like. But
7 Tenchi Muyo games for it, I think.
pretty much. But I'm like, I own a SNES. Well, it barely works. Got a 64 that struggles to. It's starting to have the same problem with those cartridges. I got a GameCube. I got a Wii U that covers the Wii essentially. So, as far as like old games that I grew up playing, which were pretty much old Nintendo systems, I kind of have them. Like, well, they need refurbished, or I need a better working version of them. But for the most part, there's not really an old retro console that I want that I don't have.
Okay.
I guess. But I guess that's unique because I still hold these old consoles and these old games. Granted, it might take me an hour to get a single game to start on that SNES right now, but I still
Well,
technically have it.
what's going on with it exactly?
It's just old. It's beat
Super,
up.
super cheap and easy
It
to
sits in a
replace
closet for
the connector.
years at a time between when I actually pull it out and play it. And with a
I
lot of these
I
old
can
games
fix
on
that in
Nintendo
5
Switch Online,
minutes. I could get it working in 5 minutes. Super
it probably
cheap.
just
Those
needs cleaned
connectors.
up.
Those
And
connectors are.
it's probably connector issues.
Have you ever heard of the One Up card?
Yeah.
Yes, use that with the 90% isopropyl alcohol and scrub the crap out of it. Do that first. If not, those connectors are super cheap, and it's really easy to replace. But I definitely recommend that. They have like a
Got
wet
that SNES
side
with
and
that
a
yellow plastic.
you can have you ever heard of Retro Bright?
Yeah.
You could Retro Bright it.
I mean, I don't care if the plastic's yellow,
But it looks like somebody peed on it.
I mean, I can go grab it if you
Isn't
want.
it funny though? I don't know what it is, but usually with Super Nintendos, at least the Model Ones, it'll always be like the top plastic like yellows or just the bottom plastic yellow. Like it usually doesn't like fully yellow. Like
I can
it's
double
usually,
check real quick.
but I found out a reason why. There was a discussion about this not too long ago, and it's because they were using different beads for the plastic, different measurements. Like sometimes things would just get thrown in or whatever, or wouldn't get measured at all. So they just over time they were different. It was just different plastic constantly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well you can actually tell. It's kind of doing the same
Yeah, see,
thing with the actual.
exactly
So
like
this
that.
top plastic is different compared to this
So they
plastic
would use
compared to the actual bottom. It's like it's weird how
they would
they
use
do
a
it.
different amount of like the beads for the plastic that would I forget what the material's called that they'd mix in, and then like they would also mix match like batches of them as well.
Yeah.
So like one would have more of the mixture in it and keep it from yellowing at all, and then the other one.
You can't really see. Do you think that phone number works? That
Uh,
1-800 number you could call for
I
repair
think I
help?
tried to call it on my Game Boy a few years ago.
I'm so surprised this thing is still hanging on to that back.
Bear, you should like throw a little bit of glue on that or something.
Yeah, I
Keep it on
probably
there.
should.
Yeah,
Got
that's
that
cool.
channel for it, yeah.
You have any? Do you have any Super Nintendo games?
Yeah, I can grab them real quick.
Cool. Yeah, and then I'm gonna showcase some games here in a minute for my little series as well. Mark is grabbing the Super Nintendo games. All right. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I guess retro gaming wise, I think it's so hard to say because like my number one holy grail is the laser active for sure. But I
I've
think
also
like
got that SNES Mini, which is one of those things where it's like I'm not like hard up.
oh yeah, I've got the SNES Mini, but I don't freaking I want the NES Mini. I don't have it.
I think I've got all of them. I'm not missing any. I feel like I'm missing one or two.
For
That's
some
my
reason, I
for.
can't find the NES Mini now.
But I've got at least 5 different games. So it's I got that light reflect. I got Super Mario World,
Classic.
the Super Mario All-Star. This is how I played the old SNES games.
Yeah.
A game I know my dad used to play, and I've tried to play. It's brutally hard. It's a Super Battle Tanks.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
The OG Super Mario Kart, which is why I've got
Heck
really
yeah.
fond memories. 'Cause I played the crap out of that as a kid.
Love that game.
And then arguably one of my favorite games of all time, which is Yoshi's Island.
yeah, it's a very good game.
Yeah,
Very good
I put it up close, but this camera doesn't do auto zoom, so you're not really gonna see it all that well.
Yeah. No, those are all staples. Maybe minus the Super Battle Tanks. I was never good at that game, but it's an interesting one. I suck at it though. I guess like I said,
I mean, if you wanna flex,
oh
we'll have GoldenEye.
heck
physical.
yeah, man.
I bought this used, so it's crap, but I've got the Bomberman 64.
Oh, is that a sticker over the late?
Yeah, it's how I bought it. I bought it
crap.
used. But I mean, when I bought it, the game worked just fine. And then I know we talked about it, like arguably one of my favorite games, that whole Jet Force Gemini.
Yeah.
It's like a rare gem. This is one of those games I just played like a crap ton when growing up. Obviously, I got a handful of other games as well. But
well, I was gonna tell you, I don't know if I actually got to show you it or not, because I was gonna bring these up anyway. I set a bunch of them here by me. But this is the Nintendo Switch Online 64 controller from Retro Fighters, and absolutely,
it didn't look like a 64 controller.
Oh, yeah, of course it doesn't. But it just makes the games feel way better. You either need to use the Nintendo Switch Online controller. But this is what I go to use now for all those. Anytime a 64 game drops or I want to play, that's why I use GoldenEye. Felt so much better with that. Jet Force Gemini, exactly. I mean, it's just they're great. Like I've loved every controller that they've released. I literally can't complain about any of them.
Does it control weird for 64 games where you're expecting that whole central right, control scheme?
Yeah, I think it's just like an adjustment over the years where you get used to 2 analog sticks and And instead of having that second analog sticks, you're using a button to kind of be like the analog sticks, but it just feels better with that controller. It's
Does it
fine.
have the does it have that back Z trigger at the very least?
Yeah, it's got everything.
Make it feel somewhat natural. Oh no, I meant like the hold back finger grip, not the shoulder type thing. It still feels weird with some games, but
Wait, what are you
because
talking
technically
about?
the 64 had the shoulder buttons,
Yeah, it's
but
got the
yeah,
shoulder
like,
buttons.
you get LR, but the Z is just not where you want. I want it like right behind the joystick.
I, feels perfect to me.
No,
It
I'm
makes.
thinking like the old school 64 actual controller is what I would prefer. I think it's just
Hold
more
on.
natural. But maybe that's just because how I played the crap out of the 64 growing up, so that's what I'm used to. He goes to grab said controller.
This is my sealed one.
Yeah, if I'm gonna play an actual 60, I would prefer something like that.
No, I think it's great. I've got one open. I think it's fine, but I always play with that controller now. This is fine because literally I don't know how to explain it. You cannot. I mean, you can, but it feels like crap to play the 64 and specifically 64 games with like the Switch Pro controller. It just does not feel right. Doesn't control right. It makes the game feel like it's bad. But I
Well, it
feel
was
like this
designed
just
for
fixed.
that controller.
I feel like this just fixes all the problems that controller has and makes the games feel fine, perfect to me.
Well,
Everything is fit more like a modern controller, but still has the setup like a 64 controller. Every single button that 64 controller has. I think it's I think it's great. That is my opinion. But let's see what else we got. Oh, we talked a few times. I said like my number one grail is the laser active, but I would love to have a Neo Geo AES. I think is probably the console because laser active is just almost unreachable. Um, Neo Geo is very expensive too, but it's one that I would definitely want to have. It is much cheaper than the laser active, and you have to buy like the additional packs to put in the unit to play the other games that are also very expensive, and it's just like a whole thing.
no,
uh
fair enough.
are you into any vintage or retro tech?
That's the thing. I nothing immediately jumps to my mind when it comes to retro because it's more about when it actually comes to actual like tech itself. I just prefer the newer stuff really, especially when it comes to like PC hardware and stuff. I'm trying to think for a second. Outside of maybe some older, older consoles, just to either have it or to be able to play it and try it. This is a little different. Do you have something in mind?
um no, I love all kinds of retro tech. I don't There's
I'm
nothing
like,
really
it's neat to go
specifically I
back and
like to learn about, like new things I had never like experienced or
it's neat to go back and learn about it, but it's also like we're never gonna use this again. It's too outdated. Like, what do I need a Windows 98 PC setup?
I'll tell you what I did do. I put Doom on a TI-99 calculator. I'm going to do a short on it. I did. I did it. I finally accomplished it. A kid showed it to me on the bus. Must have been, I want to say, I think 7th grade. Showed it to me on the bus. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe he was playing a video game on a calculator. So I want to do a short on that.
Well, I think I remember that. I don't know if that's one of the calculators that was like straight designed to be like a
It was a
hidden like game
graphing,
console.
yeah, with like those graphing calculators.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty crazy. You can play
Y-
Doom
Playing Doom
on
at like
a
10 FPS.
yeah, I love it. I don't, I've always loved like retro tech. I think it's very interesting to me. Um, it's one of those things where like I just like to tinker with stuff, and like I've kind of always been like that. Um, I don't know. I just like it. I think it's cool. Let's see. Okay, so what is your favorite console of all time?
A little bit harder.
I know.
That's
So
obviously
it's a
going to be
little
tied to like what games do you prefer to play?
right. It's a little bit of a
Oh
tough one
man,
because I even got to kind of. I would
it's got to
say
be a. I think it's kind of a toss up between the 64 and the GameCube because there's just some really good old games that I remember playing on both of them.
Yeah, I want to say, and I have said for a while that it's GameCube, but I just think it's the truth. I feel like I'm lying to myself. I wouldn't say that I think the Nintendo Switch has probably beaten that for me at this point. The
I'd say my
library
favorite.
of games, of good games, and the first party games, and just all the games are just absolutely insane. I've had so many fun experiences on, and now
No matter.
my favorite game of all time is on the Switch. I just feel like I'd be lying to myself, and it'd be a nostalgia thing at this point. The GameCube really did not have that many games. Amazing console.
But it arguably had
But
one of the only games that really blew my mind as far as graphical jumps, especially when it came to the first Metroid Prime.
which is also on the
That's just a
Switch
memory
and
that's just in
remaster.
my. It didn't have the same pop as going from the 64 to the GameCube
I
for the
don't know,
first
man.
time
That
ever.
almost felt like a remake. That was really good. That remaster
I mean, it
was.
looks really good compared to the original, but it didn't give you that wow factor of like blowing your mind,
You
your
can
like
never have
10-year-old
that
mind.
again. That's a nostalgia thing.
Well,
We'll
just
never have.
graphically, those leaps in graphics just don't exist anymore.
No,
Like
it's
that whole era is over,
we'll
which is kind of
never
unfortunate.
we'll never have it. I
That's
mean,
legit when you had
that's what
a new
happens.
console, huge, massive. Like I don't know, maybe you just got lucky growing up in that era that you got to experience some of that massive jumps. Because now it's like you kind of know what you're gonna expect graphically. It's not really gonna change all that much at this point.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, like, how much can you change? We can't
I
even
mean,
optimize 4K 60.
arguably some games 10 years ago look better than games that come out today. To some degree it feels like we're just regressing in, when it comes to like AAA graphics.
Well, I mean, you look at
Maybe not for every game,
a lot of the
but
indie games coming out, or even games that aren't technically like indie games. Are going back to like an older style and doing very well. And
yeah.
um, there's something about simplicity because it's about gameplay to me. Like the graphics, like I, the last time I feel like I really cared about graphics was like going from the 64 to the GameCube, or like going from the Super Nintendo to the 60. Like, oh my god, it's gonna have such amazing graphics. Like this, you know what I mean? Like that. Like what will happen next? I feel like after that, it just it's gonna be better. It's gonna be better, but how
Yeah.
much better? Um,
And you kind of hit that peak of like how good a game can really actually look.
I just don't even care about graphics really at all now. I mean, like when a game looks pretty, that's awesome. I like
Yeah.
it, but just don't care. It doesn't give me the gameplay. A game can look beautiful and bore the crap out of me. So
But as far as going back to that question though, I have like a little spin-off. When it comes to like handhelds, it'd have to be the original version of the DS
yeah,
that had the ability to
DS.
play Game Boy Advance and Game Boy games on it, as well as the DS games.
Yeah,
That was
DS.
such a versatile console
DS.
or handheld.
DS may. I think DS actually outbeats GameCube for me. Like if we're talking handheld, definitely my favorite handheld of all time.
I just think it
It
takes
competes
advantage
with the
of a.
Switch for
The
me.
DS is really the only handheld that had such a massive backlog of games that you could play on it.
Yeah,
Because older
it's
DS
crazy.
models, it became you only had like one other model was like the DSi was it only Game Boy Advance games, and then very quickly they just completely killed the backwards compatibility straight up, and it was only
The
DS
DS,
games.
the DSi doesn't have a GBA slot.
So it was only the
That's
original
but
DS that had that backwards
they
compatibility.
added the DSi shop, so it had all those exclusive games you could play online and
Yeah, but
all
the
that.
fact that with the original version of the DS, you had essentially what almost 15 years worth of games that had already been
Yep,
made and come out that you could go back and play.
yep.
And that on top of that, you had a lot of old SNES games that had been remade or adapted to the GBA that you could also play on it. So like some of those old, like you could play, Super Mario 2 or Super Mario World or Yoshi's Island on the DS essentially because it had been made for the GBA.
This is the DSi, so there's no.
Yeah, I think the worst is it's one of the
It's
weirdest
got a
looking
camp. It's
handhelds.
very strange, but that the DSi
It's
shop at the time was
yeah.
amazing. There's still
No,
games
that
that were stuck there that I mean we don't have
no,
anymore.
I'm just saying that version of it's just so angular compared to like every other version of the DS that came out.
I think I think this is peak GBA right here.
I disagree,
I'm
but
sorry, but the GBA Micro, man, that's just
it's
annoying.
just too small, really.
Nah, come
But no, the original DS was just really versatile as far as the amount of games you could play on it day one in its whole life cycle.
on. Or what about PSP Go?
I never had one of those PSPs.
Look at this Game Junction logo from I can't even tell you how many years ago. Isn't
But
that
just the fact that
crazy?
it's just the fact that you can put it on there, period.
Isn't that crazy?
I think it's crazy that it actually has a charge on it still,
I just
unless it's
charge.
plugged in.
I charge. I charge all my handhelds every week.
I can't say I do the same. A lot of them just sit in a closet.
I mean,
And when I want to play it, I gotta make sure I charge it up.
usually like when I get to play something, it's a handheld, so I just keep everything. I do a It's usually Sundays, but I do a charging day. I charge all my controllers, charge all my handhelds, plug everything in. Sometimes I just do it throughout the week, so they're good to go. Because nothing pisses me off more when I actually get the time to play something and it's dead. You can't even play it. Is there an anime or manga you've always wanted to get into but never have? Anime or
Oh,
manga?
I have to. I was thinking about that for a second. Anime or manga that I haven't, but I want to.
No, manga. Manga.
Or you said anime? It's manga, but okay. Manga? Pretty sure it's manga.
It's just it is manga.
Yeah, it's messing me. I sitting there thinking about that because usually I think I've watched a lot of what I want to watch. Are you talking about like a specific one or like a series or that
I
you
mean,
want to
it
watch?
could be anything. Like it could be a series that like it's just always interests you, but you for some reason never watched it, or I don't know. Like because there's a lot of like Shonen Jump properties, like different things like I never got into, but I always wanted to. I either played like with the characters in a game or whatever stuff like that. Like you were talking about that high Q the other day, and I'm not going to use that because that's kind of cheating since you talked about that, but that is one because it was in Shonen Jump and it was one that I had read
Yeah.
about a whole bunch, and that's a pretty old series. That was one I kind of always wanted to check out, but
I mean,
um
I guess they're a little old because I guess two of the ones that come to mind are Dirty Pair and Cutie Honey.
oh, Dirty Pair's really good.
Yeah.
I
I was about to say Gunsmith Cats, but I've seen that. I've not read the manga, but I've seen the OVA, and it's a really good OVA.
Yeah, it's tough for me because there's a lot. If I'm being real with you, there's a lot that I want to check out because even like I don't know, say 2012 to 2015 or something like that. Like there was still like a lot of stuff just coming out all the time. Like could not keep up. So many things that people were saying were good and like I just really wanted to check out and just never got to. But I know that one I really I kind of I because I watched a little bit of it. I guess that wouldn't really count. Okay, so this is kind of this is a real answer for the manga part. Obviously, I've seen plenty of the anime, ton of it, but for some reason, I never read any of the Inuyasha manga. Never did. I don't know why. I've always loved
Actually,
the
when I
anime.
was at every time I go to Barnes and Noble, they always tend to have like a few volumes of Inuyasha they've had there. Like it's like a reprint.
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know why
You
I
should be
never
able to find
did.
it.
I don't know why I never did, but I always wanted to. And obviously the anime had a ton of filler. That is the reason I found out what filler was, is probably from that show. My God, the amount of filler. I mean, that and Dragon Ball Z, like holy crap, filler in those shows. Some of it was interesting and like, but literally I learned about it because of those shows. I mean, like anime wise, it's hard to say because there's this one I can't even think of the name. That I never got to watch, and it was about it was like a checkers game or something that they played. I read the manga in like the Shonen Jump like volumes when I got the subscription. I can't remember. I think it was called like Bak Baka Bakanu or something like that. Um, what was that called? I can't remember.
Nothing to immediately jump into mind.
It was a weird one. It didn't stay in Shonen Jump for super long. It was a Shonen Jump series, but it was like
Yeah.
it was like it was like a tabletop about a tabletop game.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, as far as like the manga, there's a lot of
I looked.
Tenchi there's a lot of Tenchi Muyo manga that I pretty much all of it that I want to read. Some of it's gotten
Oh, that's a
translated.
cheap
Most of
answer.
it, it's
That's
not
a
cheap. It's a fact that most of it's not was never translated, so I couldn't read it if I wanted to.
all right. I'll
But I
tell
mean,
you.
manga's less of a thing that I'm like super into. Like I read it, but it's not like I've got like a I for sure want to read that. Because a lot
Okay.
of it's like that I want to read. It's like I've watched the anime already, so the manga would just be, onesies and twosies here and there.
Now, just because it was such a popular series, and for some reason I never got to watch it or check it out, and still really don't know a ton about it. I know it's probably not necessarily my type of series, but it was very popular at the time. People loved it. Fruits Basket. I never watched that.
I remember being popular. I
It
never
was
had the
very
interest to
pop.
actually watch it.
It was very popular. I would like to have at least checked it out. Um, yeah, it was just super popular and one I just never it wasn't intentional to not watch it because at one point in time because we'd go to the library every single week and that's where I got all my anime and manga for a long time because it was so expensive
Yeah.
and for some reason they always had stuff. Um it I I think I checked out at that time every single thing that they had there. I just got whatever I could get. I told you about the Spider Girl manga that they had the
Yeah.
two volumes of that I even checked out. I read and watched everything they had at the time. The Fruits Basket was one that I never checked out. And I it wasn't on purpose. I just never had the opportunity, I guess. And then I
But the
I always
benefit
wanted to check
is,
out Gintama too, and haven't
oh
watched.
yeah,
So.
I need to get around to watching it. I mean, unlike a lot of anime, manga's fairly is accessible because a lot of it, whether it's officially translated or it's fan translated, you can find a lot of that stuff on the internet to
I know,
read
but I just
because
can't
there's
do it.
scan with
I
those
can't do
scanlations
it.
and
I
stuff like that.
used to do it. I used to do it
It's
when
not the same, but like if you absolutely wanted to read something, that's a really good way to read it, especially if it's the only
yeah.
way to read is in a fan translation.
I mean, that's how like YouTubers like for Neverworld and all that stuff because they were reading the actual Japanese what was coming out week to week in Japan and they were reading those translations stuff like that. So like I
Yeah.
definitely did it. I did that a lot. There was one point in time where I was, I just absolutely obsessed
Especially
with
when it
anime
comes
and
to like
manga.
light novels or manga, I rather physically have the book in hand when I read stuff. Like I still
That's
prefer
how
reading
I
books.
am. That's how I am. I can't do like the Kindle, and I just don't like
I don't do
doing it
Kindle.
all.
Like I'll read some stuff because I've read most of the My Hero Academia manga either on my phone or on a computer, but
See,
it's just
that's
not
one
the
I
same as actually
I
reading
haven't
it.
watched. I need to check out. It's not new now, but
But
it's still
I
new to
was
me.
also I was also reading it when the fan translation would come out so much faster than the when it was coming out week to week. You could get it like the next day for the fans translation, or you could wait a whole week and a half for the official translation to come out. So you're just reading the fan translation because it's faster.
Right. Mr. Coffee said GBA SP was perfect for me, and anime for me is One Piece. It has been on for so long, it's just scary where to start. I am 100% with you. I have every desire in the world to want to actually get caught up on One Piece, but I'll never
I mean,
do
I've
it.
just, I mean, I'm like,
I will never even. I just don't have the time.
I
It's
haven't watched it in almost 2 years, but what I watched was the Skypiea arc, which is about maybe 250 episodes in. It's either 150 or 250. I can't remember. But I've also just recently started getting the manga, so I've got all the way up to the volume 9 because I do the whole 3-in-1 volume for like $15 or something like that at Barnes and Noble. So that's what I've been starting to do. I was like, I'm just gonna start buying the manga because it's more condensed. It's less space in the 3-in-1 stuff, and I was like, why not? It's one of those shows that at the time I never watched it because it just seemed like something I wouldn't like. And then the moment I started watching, I'm like, oh, this is a lot better than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I just need to actually get back to actually start continuing to watch the
But I
anime.
will tell you, like, when other stuff comes out for One Piece, like, I always like play it or whatever, or if like a movie or something comes out, like that last One Piece game that came out was freaking phenomenal. Whether you know anything about the series or not, if you like RPGs, that is such a good game. And you can get it really cheap now. It's like $20 now. But it's such a good game. But like if other stuff comes out, like I'll do that because I like the series. It's just I let myself get so behind on that I would never attempt it now. It's just too
Have
much.
you watched GTO? It's a
Is
great
that
teacher
racing?
Onizuka. No, it's not
Oh,
racing. This is a ex Yakuza member who wants to be a school teacher, and the
yeah.
shenanigans that he inevitably gets into. Because he's
Is it?
also kind of a pervert at the same time.
Oh, great. It's an anime.
It's a manga and an anime, yeah. It's a really old one, actually.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but yeah, I've seen this. I
I
recognize
think
the logo and
the
the
manga came
character.
out in '96, and the anime came out shortly after.
Yeah, I'm aware of this one. I've never watched or read it or anything. Doesn't seem like one that would interest me.
It's a comedy show for sure.
Yeah,
So either
good
you're gonna
job.
like it or you're not gonna like. Cause I was scrolling through. Do you remember that show called Mysterious Girlfriend X?
Yeah,
God, that was a messed up show.
there's a lot
Cause
of mess.
she has like an obsession with scissors and cutting stuff, but she'd also drool when she sleeps. And the main male character, for whatever reason, loved to eat her. It's disgusting. He would eat it like stick his finger in her drool and eat it. I don't know. I don't know why I watched that. It was revolting the whole time.
That's weird.
I think it was the whole like it's like a car crash. Like it's this revolting, but you can't help but not watch it.
Did you have you started watching the new Rurouni Kenshin yet?
Haven't.
God, watch it, man. I was hoping I want to talk
I
about
mean,
like
I've been watching some other
first
stuff because
couple
I'm
episodes or something.
you know like I went back mainly because I was doing some other stuff, but I went back and rewatched a mech show. It's called Gargantia on the I think it's
Yeah,
Verudius planet.
yeah, I'm aware of that one.
Verdurous planet. I don't know why it's translated such a way. But it's one of those weird concepts. It's like a 13 episode anime series. Uh, but it's essentially you mix like space, sci-fi, futuristic mech, and then a less gloomy water world, and then
Like the movie
chaos ensues.
Waterworld.
Yeah,
Oh,
because the idea is like the Earth had a catastrophic climate change where very quickly they entered an ice age. Some people left, some people were left behind, and the planet just became I don't know where all the extra water comes from. It's never really explained. It's in the water world, but essentially the whole planet becomes covered in water more or less. So everyone has to live on ships. Like it very clearly took inspiration from Waterworld, just less dark and gloomy. But you throw in a mech, a futuristic mech aspect to it, and then
well, did you
you know
know? Did you know that Rosario Vampire had two drama CDs? Sorry, three drama CDs,
that's
but
not that
also
uncommon.
had a Nintendo DS game and a PlayStation 2 game.
I could very very well believe that. I assume those are like more dating sim types games.
The DS game's a visual novel. The PlayStation
Yeah,
2 game is
because dating sim or visual novel would be the best way to go.
I don't know. See, it might be that too. I'm not sure. Oh goodness. All right, let's see what else we got. I'm tired here. All right, let's
Yeah, you
hit.
could just scroll through and talk about random stuff all day.
That's what we do. I guess we'll hit the um. Here, I'll show these off real quick. I guess we can hit like the couple of Xbox things left, consoles or whatever. Do you want to talk about your anime real quick?
I mean, I kind of already did, but
Okay.
real quick, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about it.
So,
Then we got some other stuff we need to get to as well.
all right, I'll show these off. So for the retro spotlight, kind of retro, kind of not, but mostly I was kind of thinking throwing something together. So I picked some games that are like compilation games. Got a bunch of games on them. So some of these are retro. A couple of them aren't necessarily retro. The first one I picked was the Sonic Classic Collection for DS. It has 1 through Sonic and Knuckles on it. And this is a really good way to play the games. I really like it. Um, this I have digitally, so I don't have the physical opened up. But the Turtles Cowabunga collection, this has got one of the best collections out there. Absolutely awesome. Has Game Boy games and all the NES, SNES games, all that stuff. Really fun. Then the Sega Genesis collection for PS4. Got a bunch of classics on there. I mean, pretty much all the staples are on there. So it's a really good way to play. This one, not retro, but the PS5 Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection. So this is really good because I like Lost Legacy a lot, but this has a Thief's End and Lost Legacy, which is the last game. And then for some reason, physically, I have the rest. It's on 3DS and a box set, but Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, I don't even have this one opened up because I just played on the 3DS, but this has 7, 8, 9, and 10 on it, and that's a really good collection. So there's those.
Definitely.
And I guess we can just hit the rest of the Xbox stuff if you want.
No, yeah, No, we were getting on. It's starting to get late, so I wanted to get to that main stuff before it got too late.
Yeah, no, you're good.
No, so yeah, we just go into the Xbox showcase. I don't think we talked about a whole lot of any of this last week. I think it happened after the podcast or during.
Yeah, it happened on Sunday.
Yeah. So I guess we could just go down. Oh, that screwed that up. Yeah, so I guess it's last Sunday we had it. I guess we got the first game. At least that's on the Xbox website. What'd you think of the Age of Mythology Retold game? Obviously, it's a game that's been around for like 25 years at this point.
I didn't really think anything of that one, to be honest with you. It's not my type of game, so it's kind of overlooked it.
Yeah,
But I mean, it's
so-
good for people that like. Those type of
Obviously, it
games.
looked a lot more. Can't tell if it was actually straight up gameplay or a different angle. But from what I understand, it's more of the same with old Age of Mythology. If you've never played it before, it's a RTS, it's real time strategy. And unlike the old style of Age of Empires 2, which I think it came after, where it's like you and however many people you're playing against start on the same map, and there's X amount of, depending on how big the map is and what version of map, there's X amount of resources. So you collect the resources, you build, villagers to mine the resources, and you build military. You advance from each age to the next. You upgrade your certain skills, and you essentially are trying to eliminate your enemy or get them to quit, whatever the match is essentially. And the Age of Mythology just takes that twist between the first game and the second game of the Age of Empires and adds a spin to it. So it's a very similar to, I think it's closer to 1 than 2, but it just adds, hey, you've got mythical creatures with special powers that are far more powerful than every other regular unit on the board. And that's really the big twist compared to just having regular units that are some are just slightly stronger than others with the right upgrades. This you add mythical powers onto it as well.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, people that enjoy this type of games, I think, are going to like it. It looks good. Definitely looks good.
Yeah, I can't. I would like it to be a straight new game, though. There's not a whole lot you could probably really do with the formula of an RTS from 2002.
Yeah.
But at the very least, if it's a new coat of paint or a new take on it, I think it'll do well. Whether or not it'll overtake Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, probably not. But I'm sure it'll do well at the very least at launch. Probably not going to break any records, but there's a lot of people that are fans of the Age of Empires, and if you're a fan of just RTS in general, at the very least, give it a look.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They said it's supposed to come out September 4th of this year, so
Yeah, they also announced Avowed. I mean, there was like a little gameplay in it. We still don't really know much about the game.
seen more CG trailer. I don't know what to feel about it personally.
Yeah, I don't know what to think because like you get a little bit of what looks like gameplay, but it's not really telling me anything. So it's one of those ones
Like
that I feel
it
like
seems more like first persony with some combat, but it looks like there's some
almost
level of
like
puzzle
almost
solving.
yeah, almost like it looks like a little Skyrim-ish, but like not that sort of setting or it just I don't know. It's a
I
little
don't
weird.
take
It's got like
Skyrim and
spell.
like Tomb Raider with the first person attacks as well as there's the level of platforming and puzzle solving maybe. There's at least platforming, I know that
Yeah.
much, but
Then we also got, of course, the gameplay reveal for Black Ops 6. You get to see Bill Clinton in the trailer. Um, that is what I remember
was
from.
it Bill Clinton or was it
No, Bill Clinton's
George?
in.
I thought it was George H.W. Bush that I saw at the
He's in
beginning.
there too. He's in there too.
Because it's supposed to be what 91, so that's the first Gulf War. So that'd be
I'm looking
George
at
H.W. Bush.
28 seconds is Bill Clinton. Very very quickly, Bill Clinton.
Because I think it was before that. Yeah, because around 18, it's George H.W. Bush. Because he's got the whole Middle East
It
Saddam.
look
The first, it looks like it's taking place during the first Gulf War, which would be end of George H.W. Bush, right before Clinton came into office. I think.
it looks
Yeah,
good,
because
but
Clinton
again,
came into office in 2000 or 92, I think, because he was in for 8 years.
it's coming to Game
Yeah.
Pass, so that's kind of a big deal, which it obviously it should. Um, so that's good. I mean, you don't get
I
to see much from it. It says gameplay reveal, but there's really like not a, I didn't really see any gameplay. It looked like
No, it's all more
cinematic,
CG. I
but
I got asked every time I go to GameStop, he's like, "You gonna play?" I was like, "I don't know. I haven't played Black Ops since the first one, but if I do end up getting this game, it'll only be for the single player game. I don't care for the
that's
for
what I
Call of Duty
do.
multiplayer.
I
If I'm gonna
I
be
do
honest,
single player and zombies. That's all I play. I don't do the
I'm just not.
online multiplayer.
I've had my taste of online multiplayer first person shooter games, and it's just not something I'd like to play anymore. Like I could play it if I had people that play it with, but on my own, not really. But if I haven't played any other Black Ops stories, but if it's got a decent story, I might think about it once it goes on sale. I'm probably not going to drop $70 for that game though.
Then we got Doom: The Dark Ages, which is the one I'm most excited about. Game looks phenomenal. It's a prequel to the 2016 game. It looks freaking spectacular. I don't know how to explain it. Basically, take Doom 2016. You've got freaking chainsaws cutting people up, ripping heads off. I mean, this game looks insane. It looks really good.
Need
At
more of the
least
same. Like I don't know or don't remember anything about the actual story, but if it's just more slaughtering demons and stuff like that, you can't really go wrong.
yeah.
I guess the
Uh,
question is the same artist for the music coming back?
dude, I hope so. I hope so.
But I do know there was some
that music,
drama a few
yeah,
months back
it was
around
a
it.
big drama, but that music
It
might be the most incredible like video game music ever. So
that'll
good.
either or make or break this
Dude, that
game. If they go
the
somewhere
music
else and
was
it's just not as good,
ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
it just goes hard.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's one of those ones you just listen to in the car. You don't even have
Oh,
to like
it's Mick Gordon. I just
Yeah,
saw it from Dead Specimen. Like if he's not
I
doing the music, this
I
game might not do well.
I don't know if he'll be able to come back based on all the I've gone down the rabbit hole of all the stuff with him and the things he's leaked and said about Bethesda and how they I don't know. And then the Fable one, it's hard to really say anything about it because you don't really see any like gameplay really. It's mostly
It's too far
cinematics.
out.
But I mean it looks like kind of like Fable and I don't know. We'll have to see on
I'm
that
sorry, you
one.
go to 57 seconds and you see that main female, like her face, she looks ugly. I'm sorry, she doesn't look good.
57 seconds.
Yeah, that's where when you first see it.
Oh lord. Quit it. It looks like your ex. Stop. We talked about
she doesn't look good. I think that's like the only criticism I can say because there's no gameplay or really story elements.
The only other one to really talk about here, because we touched a lot of these that I think is important, is Perfect Dark. I think this is huge. I think it's a big deal. We haven't had a Perfect Dark game in a very, very, very long time. Obviously, this is a rare series, and
The best is Rare actually making this game.
I don't know, but it looks good. You see actual
considering
gameplay in
what
this.
Perfect Dark came out 98 or
Something like that,
late 90s.
Yeah, something.
It's been
like
a while.
The game, it shows actual gameplay and it looks really good. This is one I would definitely be getting. I'm super excited.
My only concern is that it's living off of a really well-known old game for the 64, and it's just going to be a subpar shooter. That's my only fear. Is they're just using the Perfect Dark name to sell this. Problem is I can't tell who. They didn't advertise the actual studio behind it that I could see.
Dead
Obviously,
Specimen said you can't go wrong with Doom unless you miss Mick Gordon. I feel like Microsoft could cut a sweetheart deal though. Yeah, I hope so. And then it looks like Mr. Coffee had to head out. So you have a good night. Appreciate you hanging out. And then, I mean that was really the only other ones I wanted to mention. We talked about, Shadows and some of the other ones. There's a few. The Dragon Age Veilguard. I didn't know what to think about that. I don't know if you watched the trailer, but it was just cinematic, and I'm not like deep in the series. I'm sure that I'll play this, but it's straight cinematic. Didn't tell me anything about the game at all. I hate cinematic.
I saw this game first because people are memeing on one of the character designs compared to some of the older Dragon Age games. But I mean, obviously, we just can't tell.
Oh, and then I guess I did want to mention one other Mecha Break. Game looks freaking phenomenal. Just straight up Gundam. It is a multiplayer game though.
I felt like we saw this. We talked about this last week slightly.
We did, but we didn't get to see.
We saw a picture for it. Yeah, you saw the actual mech.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a closed beta. So I guess
this looks like a Gundam game that we've always wanted, but they just never give it to us.
Exactly what it looks like. It looks like the Gundam I've always wanted. It looks phenomenal. So I'm going to probably try to apply for that beta on that one. And then of course the Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater remake, which we've known about for a while. You look at it, I mean, it looks like Snake Eater. It looks really good. Again, it's mostly cinematics. Visually, it looks good. I'm pretty excited for it.
Are you telling me you're not excited for Flight Simulator 2024?
No, not particularly. No, I think I played 2022 or whatever. Can we talk about how the Diablo 4 expansion, the logo looks like a Monster logo? Every time I look at it with the green, it looks like Monster energy drink.
Oh, with the green?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It looks really similar.
Yeah. So, that's really all I wanted to mention there. There wasn't anything else that stood out to me. I guess the other big stuff is the hardware announcements.
Yeah, they came out. They talked about the Elder Scrolls, the 10 years anniversary, which we've been known for. They've been advertising that for like 6 months now. There's new Fallout 76 DLC, the Skyline Valley. Obviously, they're advertising that hard with the new Fallout show coming out and stuff like that. Obviously, a lot of Fallout games saw like a big boost when that game came out.
Oh yeah, I sold a loose copy of Fallout 4.
Yeah, Sea of Thieves Season 13 is coming out. Pretty much another season, so a lot of these are just like updates. And then, if you're still playing World of Warcraft, there's their next update. Which I thought was kind of weird for an Xbox showcase, because I'm pretty sure that's like a PC. That's like a PC only game.
Yeah, it's a little weird. But they do. They own Activision Blizzard, so
yeah.
But yeah, I guess the hardware announcements would be the last thing. So we've got they are doing a digital only Xbox Series X, 1 terabyte. It's $50 less than the disc model now. They're also doing a Series S that is, I think, yeah, the Series S is 1 terabyte as well. I think right now it's 500 gigabytes. And then they are doing a 2 terabyte disc model that's Galaxy Black. It's got kind of almost looks like it has like stars all over it or whatever. Um, so they are keeping a disc model, and it's going to be 2 terabytes. It's $100 more, so I think it's at 600. I think is how much that one is. I'm not sure how much the Series S is, but I mean, like they showed the percentages of people playing digital with Xbox, so making the Series X a digital only one cheaper, but having that beefy hardware makes
Yeah,
sense.
I thought it was funny how the one with the disc actually has the 2 terabyte.
Yeah, that's
storage,
the one
not
thing
the all
that,
digital.
that makes no sense to me. I don't understand that at all, but
It's not like
yeah,
it's that hard to go in and just update it yourself.
it makes no sense.
I just thought that was
Use
funny.
more storage when you don't have discs, so it is a little
Yeah,
odd, but
like
I
the
think
all digital would make more sense to have the bigger memory.
oh yeah, I mean I think this makes sense to me. It's hardware announcements, keeping a disc model, doing two
Outside of
terabyte.
can we continue to mock the terrible naming scheme that Xbox continues to use?
Yeah, they've been terrible for a while. The Xbox One I thought was a terrible name.
At least Sony just keeps it easy with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then with the
The PS12.
and when it comes
Oh
like, oh,
man.
this is the PS6. Well, you've got the disc version and the digital version. Simplifies the marketing where this is kind of confusing.
Yeah, it's craziness.
The Series XS, I don't know. I just don't. I think it's bad.
I don't like the naming scheme either. But I think that is it for tonight. It's getting very, very late. I have to be up pretty
Yeah.
early. So I don't think we got any.
I just want to hit up the comments one last time before we close out.
Yeah. It's like
I feel like Microsoft could cut a sweetheart deal though. Do you remember what that was in regards to?
about the Mick Gordon music.
Oh, I mean it'd be nice, yeah. And then do you like Pokemon? Yeah, I think we both like Pokemon pretty well.
Yeah.
Not a fan of Scarlet and Violet, but it's just because those are, I don't know, not polished games.
Yeah.
I've been playing. I think we both been playing Pokemon since we were young
Oh,
with
yeah.
Gen 1 and stuff like that. So
It's a series that's always stuck with me.
just waiting on the black and white remakes because
Dude, I know. We need them.
5.
And Black 2 and White 2, I think are some of the best Pokemon games ever made. Personally, I think they're.
But hey, we're getting
phenomenal.
an X and Y spinoff next.
I'm looking forward to that because we never got a Z that ever, kept getting rumored forever, and this is kind of like a callback.
No, I think it was. No,
We
but
kept-
it started with Gen 5 was the first generation where they stopped that third combination. They just
Yeah.
kept it with the 2.
Yeah, but there were rumors that we were getting a Z, and when they introduced Zygarde, we got no information about it unless you watch the anime. That was the only way that
But to
you
be
knew
fair,
any.
the previous generation didn't have Pokemon Gray. They just had a sequel series, which they did again with Sun and Moon, which
that's true.
almost makes it's the issue with it makes sense with Black and White and Black and White 2. It's a continuation of the story. Sun and Moon and then Ultra Sun and Moon. You might as well just play the Ultra versions.
Yeah, they're just
'cause
like
it's the
basically
exact
upgraded.
Same. It's the same story with a little bit extra.
Yeah, you basically just get all the extra content. It's like DLC packed into a new game.
It's pretty much just that third version split into 2 is like a complete waste of like, why get the first 2 versions if you don't already have them?
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, we appreciate everybody that watched live. If you are listening to the audio, leaving a rating, following, subscribing, all that stuff helps. Of course, we'll be live again on YouTube next week, Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you are an audio listener, if you go over to the YouTube and drop a sub, that helps out a lot. We'll have we'll be having some content coming out. Always got stuff on the socials. I got a video that's going to be dropping soon, and yeah, I'm sure next week's going to be another good episode. Look forward to it.
Yeah, another
Also,
fantastic week.
yeah, for sure. And then I actually have some plans that I want to try for next week's episode. Didn't really get to do it today because we didn't get to talk about it, but I have some ideas. So I think some cool stuff's coming. So and then we're I think we're going to have a guest in a couple of weeks as well. So we talked about doing like the maybe a guest every other week or twice a month or once a month or something like that. So I'm talking to a couple people right now, and I think we're gonna do that. Just kind of spice things up occasionally, have a little bit of extra conversation and all that jazz. So appreciate everybody watching, listening, wherever you're at, and we'll see y'all later.
Appreciate it.